Hi everyone. Oh, okay. This session will be in Spanish, so I'm sorry for anyone that was what? Yeah, okay, but the session in will be held in Spanish, so yes. Yeah, sorry for everything.
Why do you speak English?
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, I can try, but I'm more intelligent in Spanish, so.
Maybe you can get the main thoughts in English.
Yeah, I mean, the presentation is in English, but I will be talking in Spanish.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then we follow the presentation.
and we can talk later if it's okay. Yeah.
Great.
Ok. Bueno, ahora cambio a español. Hola a todos, todas.
Buenos días.
Buenos días, ¿cierto? Sí, bueno, en Chile estamos a 12 horas de diferencia, así que sería buenas noches, pero estamos bien. Bueno, mi nombre es Carla, soy de Wikimedia Chile, soy voluntaria, pero también soy parte del staff. Y hoy día les voy a presentar un proyecto que hemos estado trabajando en Wikimedia Chile, que es con personas mayores, ¿cierto? Y bueno, se trata de Empowering Senior Citizens through Wikimedia, pero más que nada para promover una alfabetización digital y prevenir la desinformación, ¿ya? Eso es algo que también quiero tratar. Entonces, ¿qué pasó con el contexto de Chile? Y es que en la pandemia, en la pandemia, en 2021, fue la primera vez que se hizo una encuesta nacional a personas mayores, ¿cierto? Y ahí se encontraron varios temas que fueron sumamente importantes, como por ejemplo el hecho de que la mayoría de las personas mayores en la pandemia empezaron a utilizar más cosas digitales. Si es que no trabajaban en computadores, empezaron obviamente a ocupar cosas online, a conectarse online. Y el problema de eso era de que, si bien tenían acceso a tecnología, no sabían cómo utilizarla. No tenían algunas herramientas para poder prevenir distinta desinformación, sino que estaba la tecnología ahí, pero no sabían muy bien cómo tratar con esto. También una de las cosas que trató esta radiografía digital, que se le llama, es que el 30% de las personas mayores habían declarado que habían sido víctimas de fraude cibernético, de alguna encuesta mala, ¿cierto? O sea, fue algo de que ellos sí o sí estaban conectados, pero también eran mucho más propensos a ser víctimas de fraudes. Y a raíz de eso, muchos querían tener algún estudio, algún taller sobre alfabetización digital o ciberseguridad. Entonces, ¿cómo esto se entrelaza con Wikimedia? Que ese es el tema. En el contexto de Chile, nosotros lamentablemente no podemos llegar y decirle a las personas mayores que se pongan a editar Wikipedia, porque el contexto de Chile es muy distinto. Tenemos personas mayores que ocupan la tecnología muy bien, que no necesitan ayuda, ¿cierto? Pero tenemos personas de escasos recursos que nunca han utilizado alguna tecnología, no saben ni siquiera aprender el computador. Y esto no lo digo de forma despectiva ni nada, es un poco la realidad que tenemos en Chile. Y de hecho salió una noticia que dice que 1 de cada 3 chilenos han sufrido, o sea, 1 de cada 3 chilenos mayores de 60 años han sido víctimas de estafas digitales. Entonces, eso para ellos es sumamente importante. Y aquí es donde dijimos, bueno, ¿cómo nosotros como Wikimedia Chile podemos ayudar a que las personas mayores puedan sentirse más seguras con la tecnología? Y acá es donde empezamos a ver una problemática que veíamos, por ejemplo, el hecho de que empezaron con la pandemia, comenzaron a utilizar más la tecnología, pero también esta población no está considerada en los planes de alfabetización digital de Chile. Entonces, es una comunidad marginalizada, ¿cierto? Porque la mayoría de los planes de alfabetización digital están dirigidos a generalmente estudiantes, pero no necesariamente para personas mayores. En el movimiento Wikimedia, lamentablemente, no tienen un lugar definido. Y eso es algo que también queremos intentar cambiar. O sea, hay personas o hay grupos de usuarios, capítulos que trabajan con personas mayores, pero ellos mismos no están aún empoderados para poder ser partícipes o ser líderes de alguna parte del movimiento Wikimedia. O sea, no tienen su espacio definido. Y obviamente acá es donde dijimos, ¿qué podemos hacer desde Wikimedia? Y si bien ellos no pueden editar, porque es muy difícil para ellos aprender a editar si es que en verdad no saben utilizar un computador, dijimos, bueno, utilicemos Wikipedia como una forma de verificar información, como una forma de que ellos puedan leer críticamente Wikipedia, aprender a definir qué es lo que esta información nos dice, de dónde sale esta información, ¿cierto? Utilizar Wikipedia como un recurso para hacer un doble checking. Entonces, teniendo esto en cuenta, lo que hicimos fue poder hacer, trabajamos con una pequeña cantidad de personas mayores, ¿cierto? Pero como un programa piloto. Lo que dijimos fue, ok, ellos tienen una necesidad. Ellos necesitan saber sobre seguridad, necesitan saber cómo poder definir o discernir entre información falsa, entre información malintencionada. Y nosotros tenemos la parte de Wikimedia, de poder ver cómo verificar información. Entonces, trabajamos con este grupo, que eran alrededor de 40 personas, pero también nos aliamos con Google Chile y una municipalidad de Chile. El contexto que teníamos específicamente para este grupo de personas era que venían desde un lugar, o desde un lugar en Santiago que es de bajos recursos. Y específicamente este grupo venía con un nivel de educación técnico. Entonces, ahí también nosotros teníamos que hacer una nivelación, teníamos que empezar a ver qué es lo que ellos sabían y qué es lo que no sabían. Sabiendo que teniendo una educación de nivel técnico es muy distinto a una educación de nivel profesional, pero igual podemos trabajar. O sea, ahí es donde nosotros queríamos poner nuestros esfuerzos. Y bueno, lo hicimos como con 40 personas el año pasado, entre octubre y diciembre, que a todo esto, este año también lo vamos a hacer, así que eso es muy, muy bueno, que se va repitiendo. Y lo que hicimos es que queríamos hacer este proyecto piloto, pero también conversar y saber las experiencias de las personas mayores. O sea, en nuestro equipo no tenemos a una persona mayor y yo obviamente vengo de otra generación y no puedo llegar y decirles, esto es lo que ustedes necesitan. Necesitaba primero saber cómo ellos utilizan Internet, qué es lo que entienden por Internet, cuándo la utilizan, para qué la utilizan y qué es lo que quieren ellos mismos aprender. Ese fue lo que queríamos como primera sesión, entender, conversar con ellos, saber sus experiencias. Entonces, uno de los objetivos específicos fue, bueno, ¿qué es lo que quieren? Conversar, explicar, explorar la relación que tienen ellos con el Internet, pero también entrenarlos para que ellos mismos puedan entender cuáles son las fuentes de información verídicas o cómo diferenciar una información que es falsa o algo que es desinformación o que está malintencionado, ¿cierto? Porque hoy en día uno puede tener una desinformación que es, claro, malintencionada o una que es derechamente falsa. Y también una cosa que nosotros queríamos era que ellos fueran protagonistas. Entonces, como final de este ciclo, lo que hicimos fue que ellos crearan una campaña para personas mayores desde personas mayores. O sea, para que puedan también trabajar con sus propios grupos de amigos, de familiares, ¿cierto?, de sus mismas edades, y que sean ellos mismos quienes están explicando. Porque si yo llego y yo vengo y les explico a las personas mayores que tienen que hacer esto, quizás no sea bien recibido porque no hablo su mismo idioma. O sea, claro, hablo el mismo idioma, pero no soy de la misma generación. Entonces, lo mejor era que ellos pudieran explicarles a sus pares. Entonces, esos eran los objetivos específicos. ¿Y cómo lo hicimos? Bueno, estuvimos ahí trabajando en alrededor como 4 sesiones, pero tal como les explicaba antes, empezamos en decir, bueno, ¿para qué y cómo ocupan Internet? Nosotros queremos saber cómo se informan, cómo ustedes ven Internet, y ahí nos dimos cuenta, por ejemplo, de que la mayoría pensaba que WhatsApp venía integrado en el celular. O sea, que era una aplicación, o sea, no era una aplicación que uno tenía que instalar, era algo que venía por default en el celular, y para ellos, por ejemplo, WhatsApp no utilizaba Internet, porque no tenían todavía no tenían esa capacidad de discernir, bueno, ¿cuándo utilizo datos móviles o Internet en mi celular? O, por ejemplo, muchos de ellos se informaban a través de YouTube, porque ver videos era a veces mucho más entretenido, ¿cierto?, que andar leyendo en redes sociales. Entonces, empezamos a notar algunas cosas que la mayoría pensaba que no ocupaban Internet, pero en verdad sí estaban exponiéndose a alguna red social. Entonces, de ahí es cuando dijimos, ok, ya sabemos cómo lo utilizan y para qué lo utilizan. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que queremos? Queremos que tengan herramientas para poder estar en Internet de manera segura. Entonces, ahí hicimos una convergencia con una abogada que fue y les habló sobre ciberseguridad, mientras nosotros les hablábamos de Wikipedia, de cómo funcionaba Wikipedia, cómo se hace, para que ellos también sintieran y supieran que Wikipedia es un lugar que pueden verificar información, que no es un blog, que no es algo que escribió una persona que quizás no tiene idea, o sea, que era un lugar que tenía ciertos procesos detrás para poder verificar la información. Y el tercer tema que hicimos fue, bueno, que ellos idearan estrategias para motivar a otras personas mayores a ser partícipes de Internet. Esto lo hicimos a través de sesiones de aprendizaje, pero un aprendizaje continuo. O sea, llegamos y tuvimos que hacer una nivelación bien grande, como por ejemplo, que a mí me pasó en la primera sesión, que yo hablaba mucho del link o el enlace. Hablaba de un enlace, la URL, y una persona mayor levantó la mano y me dijo, ¿qué es un enlace? Y claro, para mí un enlace, una URL, es algo común que está en mi diccionario, pero para ellos el enlace no era algo que sabían de por sí qué es lo que era. Entonces tuvimos que nivelar en, bueno, qué es Internet, qué es la nube, ¿cierto? Cómo tratan las redes sociales sus datos personales, ¿cierto? Cómo se crea también una desinformación, por qué se crea la desinformación, qué es lo que hay detrás de esto, cómo poder verificarla. Y finalmente, una de las cosas que fuimos aprendiendo, que fue súper bonito, fue en verdad una experiencia muy linda con las personas mayores, es que, bueno, la mayoría, o en verdad el contexto de cada comunidad de personas mayores es muy importante. Tal como les decía, esta misma metodología no podemos aplicarla a personas mayores que tienen un contexto quizás un poco más avanzado con la tecnología. Lo que hicimos nosotros de la nivelación, claro, era para este contexto específico. Como les decía, también tenían poca noción de cuándo utilizaban Internet y cómo se crea el contenido en Internet. Muchos se informaban por YouTube, por WhatsApp, ¿cierto? Les llegaba un enlace a WhatsApp y ni siquiera se preguntaban desde dónde venía. Simplemente lo abrían, simplemente veían lo que decía, y ahí nosotros teníamos que explicarle, bueno, no hay que hacer eso, ¿cierto? Pero alguien tiene que decirlo, o sea, alguien tenía que decirles que puede suceder que si abres un link algo malo puede pasar, pero para ellos no había una amenaza. Era algo que llegaba un link, yo lo abro para saber qué es. Así de simple. Entonces, había que también hacer una pequeña, ¿cómo decirlo?, como trabajo al respecto de eso. Algo bonito que encontramos es que la mayoría o muchas de las personas mayores solamente querían conversar con alguien. Solamente querían socializar, querían aprender, pero no tenían a alguien cercano que pudiese, que pudieran aprender de él o de ella, ¿cierto? Porque la mayoría nos decía, yo les pregunto a mi sobrino, a mi nieto, y la mayoría me dice que no tiene tiempo, que no me puede ayudar porque es tecnología y que la verdad casi que ya no podían aprender sobre tecnología a su edad. Entonces, nosotros también funcionamos como un espacio de contención para ellos, de saber, bueno, que no está bien que les digan que no pueden aprender, que ellos sí pueden aprender. Y también había mucho miedo de, bueno, qué es lo que ellos hacían, qué es lo que es Internet, qué es lo que se puede hacer a través de Internet, porque muchas veces simplemente les hablan y les dicen, van a haber estafas, van a haber fraudes, pero Internet no es un lugar de que hay muchas cosas malas. O sea, está lo bueno, está lo malo, y hay que saber navegar entre esa línea de lo que está bien y lo que está mal. Pero también ellos quedaron muy contentos en cómo se utilizaba Wikipedia, cómo era el detrás de escena. Ahora podían confiar en abrir una página de Wikipedia, leer el contenido, saber que había sido curado por otros voluntarios o voluntarias, ¿cierto? Y podían ir a verificar las referencias. Entonces, eso para nosotros ya era un punto muy ganado, porque ellos ya tenían una forma de poder verificar un poco de información. Y finalmente, a ver si me queda un poquitito de tiempo, quería mostrarles una parte del video que ellos mismos utilizaron, porque al final ellos mismos, nosotros solamente fuimos intermediarios de crear el video, pero todo lo que era la información del mismo video la crearon ellos mismos son protagonistas, y esta campaña sobre desinformación, ellos mismos fueron pasándoselas a sus amigos, compañeros, a sus grupos de WhatsApp, ¿cierto? Entonces fue algo muy lindo que quería ver si es que podía estar. Si pueden, can you please put play in the, there's a video there. Yeah, you can press play. No? Okay, I think, no? No, ok. Bueno, era un pequeño video que después también pueden revisarlo, pero era de ellos mismos hablándoles y diciendo una frase específica que ellos mismos crearon, que era que no te pille la tecnología, personas mayores informadas, que se traduce en, no sé cómo se traduce, pero es más que nada de older people informed. Entonces, eso fue muy bonito y después, bueno, la puedo compartir para que ustedes puedan verla. Eso es todo. No sé si tienen alguna pregunta. Estoy abierta a conversar cualquier cosa. Muchas gracias.
Well, I can understand Spanish, but I like to include the question.
Yeah, it's okay. I think a microphone?
You can approach the microphone.
Okay.
Viewers can
Is the project also involving or targeting the idea that the elder people have possibly more time than younger people also to contribute to Wikipedia once they are learned about how the environment works? So there is any one of those people that were involved in the project that also raised interest in not only checking Wikipedia for correct double factor verification, but also to contribute with their own knowledge.
I will respond in Spanish for the...
If you can also translate in Spanish, but I don't dare do that.
No, it's okay. El programa piloto queríamos primero acercar a las personas mayores con el movimiento Wikimedia. Entonces, en la primera parte no teníamos contemplado de que editaran. Si bien habían algunos que dijeron, ok, esto es algo bonito que puedo aprender, no fue una de nuestras prioridades porque la verdad con lo que nos encontramos era con gente que solo sabía aprender el computador. Entonces no sabían usar redes sociales desde el computador, entonces por el momento no nos centramos en editar, pero es algo que queremos y que este año, como vamos a volver a hacer este taller, queremos ver si es que el grupo con el que vamos a trabajar podemos también ayudarlos a que empiecen a editar. Sobre todo que este año uno del cambio que vamos a hacer es que vamos a trabajar directamente en la biblioteca de la municipalidad y cada uno va a tener un computador.
Okay.
Entonces ahí creo que va a ser más fácil poder acercarlos a la plataforma, porque en la primera instancia muchos solamente traían el celular. Entonces, claro, pero es algo que queremos que ellos puedan empoderarse a editar, a contribuir, no solo en Wikipedia, sino que quizás en Wikimedia Commons, pero por el momento vamos pasito a pasito.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I think we're...
¿Qué edad tienen los senior citizens?
Hola, ¿qué edad tiene la gente que participaba? ¿A qué consideran senior citizen?
Es muy buena pregunta. Específicamente con la gente que trabajamos, había una diversidad grande de edad, ¿cierto? Pero partían en general desde los 65, 70, hasta algunos que tenían 87, 88 años. Entonces, también eso fue una dificultad, teníamos una muy grande como gap de edad. Habían algunas personas que necesitaban más información y otras que podían captar la información de manera más rápida. Entonces, todos estos aprendizajes yo creo que también les puede servir a ustedes para que igual haya más personas mayores involucradas en el movimiento Wikimedia. Y con esto termino para dejarle espacio a las demás personas. Muchas gracias.
I would like to add that Obi and I created a Telegram group for Wikipedians who are interested in working with senior citizens. So you're all free to join. Just approach. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. So we are Miki and Ivana. We've come all the way from Serbia to tell you a little secret about how you can make your community healthier and better. So we have witnessed that during recent years, there's been a significant shift of activities from towards online way, doing which we have noticed that there's a lack of specific groups. So it actually inspired us to, when we reestablished our live interactions and events, to shed light on those underrepresented groups. So basically, we have checked with the strategic recommendation to provide for safety and inclusion, and we wanted to address those groups of part of our community, the niches that were absent on our events. So basically, we are going to tell you how we have done it, how we learned in the past years to do it, but also what is important here is it is good way of functioning also for the communities that have little or no resources, meaning no staff members, no annual plans, or even no budget for those projects. So we have 6 important topics that have to be addressed for those projects that we did. So first is you look at your complete community, local community, language community, and you check the needs, or basically what are the problems that your community can face that you want to address those problems. So you would recognize the social injustice, or basically you focus on the this proactive approach towards people that are missing in your community or are underrepresented. So very important part of it is to find people who think likewise. So you reach out to the NGOs that are part of it, or that are dealing with important topic that you want to tackle, and also government bodies that might want to start a collaboration on it. You would also need to establish cooperation in order to have, or we advise to start a partnership in order to have long-term partnership and long-term projects about it. But also the most important part, we are your resources, but also all of the Wiki community, meaning find an affiliate with experience for cross-cultural collaboration, meaning there is always some community that already did something like that, or that is very willing to do something, something as important as your work is. So the third part is to determine what are the project types that are specific to the target group that you want to deal with, meaning to consider the needs of the community. And for example, in accordance to your budget or lack thereof, you can try to organize either editathons or micro grants, photo tours, anything that would be interesting. By the way, we will have examples of this, how we have fixed it in case you have any clarities about it. So there is also a very important problem that you might face, which is lack of information regarding those topics. So as we have witnessed, some groups, some important topics lack reference in history. So there is absence of online resource or books or articles. So be sure to have that prepared in order to engage the community and have already prepared references for those projects, and also to determine accessibility regarding to the people who are participating on your projects. Check if it's better for them to access online, if they have special needs, if they prefer in-person events, safer environments, basically anything that would be best for that group to feel safe around you. And Ivana can continue.
So the next thing is when you have your project type, when you decide your target group, when you decide what group you want to deal with, what problems you want to tackle in your own community, basically we want to outline our project in terms of setting the goals, and sometimes we are very enthusiastic in terms of those goals. We want to achieve a lot of things. We want to achieve it in such a small period of time, but we have to be realistic. We have to have realistic goals, realistic targets we want to achieve, especially if we want to, if we are time limited. For example, if we got a grant and we have to do it in several months. Other than setting the achievable targets, we have to think about the metrics. So what are the relevant measures of success? And usually we have already some measures of success in our heads, but sometimes it's we have to think outside of the box and think about what is actually giving the satisfaction to our participants and our new editors. And determining the milestones milestones, it's a very important step because this is an incentive for our project leaders, for our project teams, that is making the project sustainable, making the project last, not just in that year that you're trying to realize that, but also in the following years. And this is laying the foundation for your future work. Of course, there's a lot of challenges and there's a lot of lessons learned so far, but lessons to be learned in the future as well. And because we are dealing with such sensitive topics, usually we are dealing with it, right? We are facing challenges in terms of vandalism. We are facing challenges in terms of safe environment for work. So what we want to achieve there is create the safe environment for new participants, for new editors. We want to make information accessible, not just by providing those information, but also providing the tools for specific groups to assess them. Because we are dealing with some topics, very specific topics, maybe we won't have a lot of volunteers who want to deal with that, but that's why we can partner with other organizations and use their own capacities, volunteer capacities or staff capacities to increase the interest for the topic. All of this might affect the retention of new participants, especially if we are dealing with groups that are already facing a lot of discrimination, a lot of types of discrimination. That's why we want to create that safe environment for them to stay on the project, stay in our activities, in a lot of our future activities as well. And lessons to be learned and lessons learned already, and we want to invite you to share your own as well, is to prepare sources. Sources are sometimes the major obstacle in our activities because of the historical circumstances. We don't have enough sources about women, for example. That's why we reach out to some libraries and we say, okay, there's a lot of women there and a lot of sources, so combine those two and you face that challenge successfully. Also, provide motivational means, meaning giving barn stars or giving gift cards and awards. And this is something you can do with small amounts of financial resources and also resources in general. Mentorship is something that is really, really helpful. We do have a mentorship program on Serbian Wikipedia, but also we are trying to network experienced editors and editors who are new to the project, and to maybe combine, as Carla mentioned, similar editors. We also have a Wiki Senior program, so we're trying to connect them, and there's a lot of friendship there, which is kind of really cool. And not just seniors, but also students, female editors. So we have this successful example of this female editor being Wiki librarian, being senior, and being Wikipedian of the Year on Serbian Wikipedia at the end of that year. So this mentorship is really, really important. If you have the capacity to provide a person of trust and safety, that would be great, because this is the person who can help new people who are facing any kind of harassment, any kind of discrimination, any kind of hate speech. They can provide, that person can provide support to the new editors, especially to the editors from underrepresented groups. And all of this being said, now we are trying to give you an example how we did it. We'll try to present this in 2 examples. Then we'll try to also hear your thoughts and questions, but we do have some more examples if we still have time. So, for example, we dealt with a lot of issues regarding women topics. So there's 2 problems here, 2 issues that we want to tackle with. The first one is lack of articles of notable women on Serbian Wikipedia, but also lack of female editors, which is something that we all facing, right? We all talking about it at this conference as well. And the main challenge here is that we have poor accessibility to knowledge in terms of literature, in terms of sources that we want to use, relevant sources that we want to use. And we also have this challenge where wiki community, wiki core community sometimes are not so eager to accept the relevance of those notable women because there aren't enough sources to provide those facts. So what we did is that we partnered with a Swedish embassy and organized together Wikigap. We partnered with Wikimedians of Republic of Srpska, and together with them we organized contests and editathons, but also with wiki librarians. We are collaborating with this specific library, University Library Svetozar Marković, but they have a large network of library in Serbia, so a lot of those people are involved as well. So we want to encourage wiki women, wiki librarian women to get more involved, and our success here was that we have a lot of good quality activities, a lot of new female editors, and also really successful She Said campaign. So we had almost 2,000 quotes on this new project, and this is something, this project isn't so active in our community, so this is one of the successes as well.
Okay, so I would like to give you another example. For example, what we have been doing for past 7 years already. Well, we have noticed that there's insufficient amount of LGBT plus topics on Serbian Wikipedia, as well as the community members. So we have tried contacting all the relevant organizations, and some of the notable ones are civil rights defenders, this is now organization, but also our friends from other Wikimedian communities, and we have had successful positive answers of cooperation. So we have been organizing Wiki Loves Pride in Serbia for quite some time, and usually it's week-long editathons, editing seminar during Europride last year. Also, there were photo tours organized always during the Pride marches, and our goals were to encourage the attendees to edit Wikipedia independently and in a long run, meaning giving them a safe space and also education on how to edit Wikipedia or participate in Wikimedia projects in any other capacity. The challenges that we faced are the overlapping of activities during the Europride, since there were a lot of events happening, but which resulted in not a big number of in-person attendees. Also, sometimes during our projects, there were deletion of articles that were deemed insignificant from some part of the community, but we are trying to fix that. And the positive news is that last year we had no vandalism detected on Wikipedia, and we had larger scope of online participants from the general Serbian Wikipedia community. So that are first of our examples. If there are any examples from your communities, we would like to hear them now. If there is something similar that you found, a niche that you wanted to emphasize or help, we would be happy to hear about it. Do you have any idea, or do you have any question regarding anything that we said so far? But I would ask you please to come to that microphone near you. That one behind also is okay.
Kia ora, I'm Lucy Schrader from New Zealand. I work at Te Papa, our National Museum, and we are still getting started on doing wiki-based projects that are actually interfacing with the community in significant ways. But we're hoping that after this we will actually be working, doing maybe some editathons and things like that with members of the Pacifica communities, including some who will be performing here during this event, so please do come along to that. But the main thing I wanted to say about that is, again, there are a lot of challenges related to actually getting hold of source material, and that source material being appropriate for the community as well, and not just, for example, old colonial texts that are about them instead of from them. But in our position, one thing that we have the ability to do, and something that I think a lot of GLAMs are probably also open to doing if they get the idea, is actually creating that source material, because a lot of GLAMs have blogs, they have ways of producing articles that can be citable sources. And so if there's information from the community that isn't already in a published source, that could be brought together with, you know, a curator at the GLAM, collection manager, parts of the community, and actually pull it together into a piece that then goes onto the blog, becomes a citable source, and then suddenly you've got material that can be used by the community for the community's goals.
That's actually amazing, and full support about it. I also have one news, which is in Serbia we are currently having the organization of the LGBT, or we call it Queer Archive. So that is a very significant source. Well, from the beginning, from the Yugoslav times, anything that matters to the LGBTIQ plus community, we are happy to have that in one place preserved, and that would be something for the future that we can participate and get involved with.
Yeah, I just want to add that we are also organizing activities to create those sources. For example, photo tours on WikiPride, on Pride. So we have WikiLove Pride project. So we are gathering those photos, but doing the digitization in GLAM program and using that materials for a lot of these activities. So we are combining our program activities on a lot of fields. So yeah, this is important. And for example, I think that the best approach is to go to thematic organization that is dealing with specific programs. So we don't have the time, but we will show you. We did this as well. So dealing with problems that Roma people are facing, and we are trying to contact those organizations that are actually having the materials about their culture, their music, their visibility in general. So I think we are right on time, but maybe some, okay, yeah, Vic? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, any of those microphones.
Yeah, I just wanted to share some strategy. What we've been doing from Wikimedia Argentina is creating some collaboration, not only with partners like organizations who are working with the community we want to target, but also with journalists. So during the Pride Days, which is full of activities and people won't be able to edit because time is not that available, we create different conferences or talks where we were explaining journalists and talking with journalists who are, they have their agenda on LGBT rights. What do we need them to put in news when to provide information for our articles? For instance, if they were having an interview with an LGBT rights defender, could you please provide where was this person born and when, and which are the main organizations they were collaborating during their, I don't know, activist trajectory. So telling them what we do need to have that information to fill those little gaps, like specific information, was really useful, because we did it before the Pride March, 2 or 3 talks about that, and these people was then covering that information, offering us the data we need for biographies, for instance. So after the Pride Month, we created we opened a new editathon, and people who was in the first 2 talks, they came to editathon, and we had a lot of sources that were created in those months. So it was really successful. So I wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. This is a great approach, really. We can really use it. Thank you all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Rustam Nuryub. On the 2nd of August I turned 60 years old. I have a degree in economics, and the previous 38 years of my career have been within the system of state statistics. This year I've retired from the civil service. Now I am working on projects of an online encyclopedia in the languages of the peoples of Russia. I have been volunteering with the Wikimedia movement since 2005. Since January 2006, I have been an administrator of the Bashkir Wikipedia. Since 2015, I have been a member of the Wikimedians of Bashkortostan user group. The Bashkirs are a Kipchak Turkic ethnic group indigenous to Russia. They are concentrated in Bashkortostan, a republic of the Russian Federation, and in the broader historical region of Bashkir, which spans both sides of the Ural Mountains, where Eastern Europe meets North Asia. Most Bashkirs speak the Bashkir language, closely related to the Tatar and Kazakh languages, which belong to the Kipchak branch of the Turkic languages. They share historical and cultural affinities with the broader Turkic peoples. Bashkirs are mainly Sunni Muslims of the Hanafi madhab. Previously nomadic and fiercely independent, the Bashkirs gradually came under Russian rule beginning in the 16th century. They have since played a major role through the history of Russia, culminating in their autonomous status within the Russian Empire, Soviet Union and post-Soviet Russia. The Bashkir Autonomous Republic was founded by Zaki Validitagan, Bashkir historian, Turkologist, and leader of the Bashkir Revolutionary and Liberation Movement, Doctor of Philosophy, Professor, Honorary Doctor of the University of Manchester. 100 years ago, Zaki Validitagan bequeathed his people to remain neutral. We are not red, we are not white, we are Bashkirs. He also bequeathed to preserve his native language and religion. Wikipedia allows us to preserve and develop our native Bashkir language. The first article in the Bashkir Wikipedia was written on April 16, 2005. Today the project has over 63,000 articles containing 27 million words. Over the course of these 18 years, Bashkir Wikipedia articles were edited by more than 3,000 people. The most active of them are people of the older generation. These are mainly retired writers, journalists and teachers. We are proud that Catherine Marr praised Bashkir Wiki Grannies at Wikimania 2019 in Stockholm. The audience applauded them then. Let's applaud them again. Wiki Grannies will be pleased.
Thank you.
The development strategy of the Bashkir Wikipedia stands on 3 pillars. First, popular Wikipedia also needs popularization. Second, Wikipedians are rare. You need to search for them. Wikipedia should be a scientific encyclopedia. The first, popular Wikipedia also needs popularization. Friends, one shouldn't hope that a reader or a future editor will be able or willing to discover and master Wikipedia principles and policies. Society needs to be constantly explained and reminded about them. Therefore, we engage in regular outreach. We give lectures and presentations at forums and conferences. Wiki conferences also attract public attention. In 2015, we held the first forum of Bashkir Wikimedians. It was timed to coincide with the 10th anniversary of the Bashkir Wikipedia. The forum was held at Bashkir State University. 111 people took part in it. There were participants from Poland, Estonia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Israel, and the Philippines. And Wikimedians of Bashkir, Udmurt, Tatar, Saka, Tiva, Lesgian, Siberian Tatar, Russian Wikipedia. There were many teachers from schools of districts and cities of the Republic of Bashkortostan. We actively cooperate with the media. Every 2-3 months we publish press releases in Bashinform, the principal news agency of Bashkortostan. Through them this information is distributed throughout the Republic. Articles are published in newspapers and magazines. Broadcasts on radio and television are initiated. There were over 100 of media mentions of Bashkir Wikipedia in these 18 years. What does popularization give us? It increases project awareness and recognition by society. This helps attract new and retain existing volunteers. Second, a dedicated Wikipedian is not a mass phenomenon. Volunteering is not about permanent engagement. Regular changes in the composition of participants is a natural process. Someone starting or ceasing to edit is not really noticeable for large projects with thousands of active volunteers. For small language projects, the arrival of one editor is a great joyous event, and leaving is a major disaster. Therefore, we have to constantly look for and attract new volunteers. Waiting for them to join by themselves is not an option. Volunteers must be found, trained, and motivated. Do we manage to find Wikipedians, and how do we do it? We haven't come up with anything new. We are constantly on the lookout for best international practices and integrating them into our routine. We are trying to improve these methods and apply them more actively. We regularly hold wiki meetings, trainings, seminars, conferences, and contests. During the pandemic, we started an online wiki school. We warmly welcome each new participant. We award virtual medals and orders to active participants. Volunteers are very much motivated by third-party recognition and encouragement of their achievements. We participate and win various contests outside of Wikipedia. We also recommend individuals to be recognized by state and public awards of the Republic of Bashkortostan. We organize official awarding ceremonies. 30 of the most active editors were awarded letters of thanks, certificates of honor, orders, and medals. 10 editors were awarded the highest award of the World Kurultai Congress, Bashkir NGO. In the year of our coming of age, we have decided to establish a real medal of the Bashkir Wikipedia. This one is awarded to active volunteers who have made a significant contribution towards the development of the project. It is also awarded to partners who have provided significant scientific, organizational, informational, and financial assistance to volunteers. A group of activists from the Berzyansky district formed their own district wiki club. They conduct introductory lectures and master classes for school children and adults. They use any district-level mass event to talk about the possibilities of Wikipedia. The district administration has adopted a decision mandating municipal institutions to support the development of the free encyclopedia. We hold thematic article drives and give valuable gifts to active participants. The largest competition was called Bashkortostan 100. Bashkortostan 100 is a big intellectual super wiki marathon for creating and improving Wikipedia articles about Bashkortostan, as well as uploading free images into Commons. The Super Wiki Marathon was created with the aim of popularizing the Bashkir language on Wikipedia, promoting Bashkir topics in other language sections, and was organized in honor of the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the Agreement on Independence between the Government of Russia and the Government of Bashkiria. The intellectual Super Wiki Marathon Bashkortostan 100 began on September 11, 2016 and ended on March 23, 2019. The marathon consisted of 5 stages of 100 days each. 92 editors of Bashkir, Belarusian, Buryat, Georgian, Greek, Lesbian, Luxembourg, Crimean Tatar, Mari, Russian, Tatar, Tuvan, Urtia, Ukrainian, Chechen, Azerbaijani, Armenian. Wikipedia took part in the Wiki Marathon. 50 people wrote in Bashkir, 47 people wrote in other languages, including 5 people wrote in several languages. It resulted in creation of 5,462 articles, including 3,844 in Bashkir, 1,618 in other languages, as well as uploading of 427 photos. The third direction. Wikipedia is an encyclopedia. An encyclopedia is a body of scientific knowledge. Any encyclopedia starts with a list of article titles. Bashkir Wikipedia adheres to a single list of mandatory and recommended articles. We select high-quality scientific articles in other language sections and translate them into Bashkir. We actively use the Content Translation Wiki Translation Workstation, and we would like to use this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to its developers. The large volume of translated Wikipedia articles allowed Bashkir language inclusion into NLLB 200 Unified Artificial Intelligence Model. It helps Bashkir programmers to develop new applications. We are proud that Wikipedia content helped Bashkir to become part of global computational linguistics projects. We have also developed a Bashkirika list of articles about Bashkortostan and the Bashkirs. We recommend these articles for creation or translation as a part of C-Spring and Wikipedia Asian Month contests. We are active in them annually, from the very beginning. Thus, our small community of volunteers is engaged in the preservation and development of the Bashkir language. Bashkir Wikipedia is today the largest and most visited site with free content in the Bashkir language. We observe how society actively uses the content of the Bashkir Wikipedia. We are happy to see the fruits of our efforts to be in demand. However, it is likely that some of our volunteers will cease editing Wikimedia projects. Their concerns are related to the recent legislative changes in my country. Thus, I would request your understanding towards the birth of Ruiki project. This new online encyclopedia is sharing the ideals of free licensing of knowledge. It also contributes to the preservation and development of more than 100 languages of the indigenous peoples of Russia. This concludes my speech. Thanks for your attention.
Вопросы пусть задают.
Yeah, if you guys have questions, I can volunteer to translate. Excellent, спасибо. Please go ahead. If you want, you can use the mic over there.
Микрофон пусть говорят. Микрофон.
Is this session being live streamed? If yes, we should probably use the mic.
Thank you very much. I appreciate what you have done for the in Bashkir Wikipedia. So my name is Rima. I'm from Indonesia. One thing I want to ask is, after viewing your presentation, how do you keep the new volunteers to keep contributing in Wikipedia or other Wikimedia projects? Because sometimes, in my experience, sometimes several of the participants, like in our trainers, like in our trainings events, they come and they receive our training, but after that, it's hard to keep them to keep editing whether it is Wikidata or Wikipedia like that. So I don't know whether this is just our culture. I want to know your experience in keeping the new participants in those trainings to keep editing and keep contributing to Wikimedia projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Спасибо большое. Меня зовут Рима, я из Индонезии. Спасибо за презентацию. Вопрос такой: как у вас получается новых редакторов как бы убедить оставаться в проекте, потому что в моем опыте мы проводим тренинги, люди приходят, участвуют, потом как бы не продолжают работать. Как у вас получается новичков как бы уговорить остаться в проекте?
Ротация волонтеров – это естественный процесс, от него никуда не деться. Если 3-4% от обучаемого остаются, это прекрасная цифра. На это не надо как бы зацикливаться. Но мы мотивируем, что благодаря Википедии мы башкирский язык выводим на мировое информационное пространство. Основной наш мотив в этом.
Actually, it's a natural process. If like 3 to 4% of the participants remain on the project, it's like a good achievement. But in our experience, we kind of really focus on the fact that this project helps us to promote our language and kind of promote our language and culture and let the whole world know about us. That's why we really focus on that aspect. But again, it's kind of a natural process, and we kind of know it in advance that we will not be able to kind of keep everyone who has attended a session or two on editing or contributing. Any more questions? Please. You can use this one. Use this mic.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Obi Ezilo from Nigeria. While you were presenting, you mentioned about national medal. I believe that is from your government, government of the country. And if it is so, how did you get the government to get involved in your Wikipedia projects and movements?
Вы говорили про медаль. Это государственная медаль была в начале или...
Понятно. Спасибо за вопрос, очень интересный, я ждал его. Это медаль народная. Мы обратились к народу башкирскому с разрешением учредить народную медаль и проголосовать. Значит, народ очень активно голосовал. И мы учредили народную общественную медаль от имени волонтеров, от имени народа вручаем самым активным волонтерам и нашим партнерам, которые нам помогают в организационном, информационном и других материальном плане, помогают нашему развитию. Вот это государственная медаль, а та медаль общественная, наша, волонтерская.
Thanks for the question. I was kind of expecting this question. So it's not a state medal. It's a community medal. Can I call it a community medal? So we have like, once we reach community consensus, it's based on a community consensus. If it's basically given to our partners who have helped the project a lot or like very active contributors, it's purely based on community decision, basically. But the one that I have been awarded, the one I have here, is a state medal, but that's kind of separate what I have done myself, basically.
Есть вопросы еще? Есть вопросы?
Any more questions? The time is over, yeah? Спасибо.
Вот тут я привез башкирские сладости, пожалуйста, угощайтесь.
Thanks, I brought some the Bashkir sweets, please enjoy. Thanks.
Thank you, yeah.
Hello, everybody. This is going to be a lightning talk, so we only have 10 minutes time, and also we don't want to take the time from the people coming after us. So if you want to settle down, and then we can start promptly on time and get going with our talk. What is? Yeah. Okay. So this is one user Buck Warp from Argentina.
And this is Rainer, user Buselig from Germany. And we are both here thanks to the Tandem Scholarship of Wikimedia Deutschland. We are not going to talk about the scholarship right now, but if you have questions, we can tell you about it later.
Yeah. But to get this scholarship and this tandem going, we had to discuss what we're going to present here, and we decided on the GLAM projects, and the idea is to compare the cultural landscapes and the approaches to GLAM projects in Argentina and in Germany. So I'm going to start out to explain to you how we're doing GLAM in Germany. We talked over 2 hours, 3 hours on Zoom, and so I'm not going to bore you with the details, so I'm just going to go through the bullet points. So in Germany, we're working, of course, on an individual level, doing our usual work, and we keep that on track on a GLAM portal in the German Wikipedia language version. We go to GLAM on tour events, as you see here, to the Castle of Sanssouci in Potsdam, near Berlin. These are usually weekend events where the hotel costs and travel costs are sponsored by the chapter Wikimedia Germany. And we also have what we call the Kultur, which is more or less a little downsized GLAM on tour, which is only on the weekends, which is only on a local level. So the volunteers go there on their own expense, and then we have in the lockdown, we initiated something called GLAM Digital, where museums are actually presenting themselves in Zoom conferences for 2 hours time. We have talks, exchanges virtually, as we're actually doing it here with the audience outside of the venue here. We have a big chapter in Germany. They're not in the whole building. They only have some floors there, but I think they're working on getting all the floors. GLAM, the chapter Wikimedia Deutschland has its own project. It's GLAM and Kultur- und Gedächtnisinstitut, and they have an own project manager who's very active, helping us and also doing his own work with the institutions. And there are other departments in there who are like in political lobbying, open education and open data. There is the event management when they have to get the hotels for the GLAM on tour and things like that. And there is a community engagements program that also help when you organize things or when we need literature and things like that. You can also go to community and engagement. And there are some special projects that we do. We have an annual meeting of all German-speaking GLAM volunteers. That includes also the people from Austria and Switzerland. They have own chapters. So I'm mainly talking about the German chapter, but when we're talking about the German community, that's Switzerland and Austria included. We have a community-initiated but chapter-supported initiative. That's the Kulturbotschafter. That's somebody, I am the Kulturbotschafter, for instance, and I'm going to have another lightning talk this afternoon at 2:15, so come and hear more about that. It's somebody who is more or less an intermediary between the volunteers and institutions. And we have an initiative by art historian students who are also active as Wikipedians, and they're trying to merge these two communities. They made a living handbook to more or less give an aid how to write articles about art history that also would fit like the academic interests. So let's move to...
To Argentina. So, okay, in Argentina, most of the work is carried out by the chapter. I'll talk about the community-led projects in the next slide. But we usually approach the institutions, we see what we can do together, and once we know, it's usually up to them to see how we can continue the work. For example, if they have a digitized archive or pictures, we can teach them how to upload them to Commons, but if they don't want to do that, we can upload them ourselves. But right now, our main focus is the digitization project. That's a very difficult word, sorry. Which is an 8-year-old project that has been extremely successful with all those very nice statistics you can see there. And actually, it's going to be a poster session later today about it, presented by Mauricio Vidal-Genta, who is here among us, so be sure to go there and ask him a lot of questions about it. We also offer courses both to the institutions and general public about the Wikimedia movement in general, intellectual property, etc. But what about the community? There are some community initiatives that are presented to Wikimedia Argentina and then carried out as a chapter project, because it's not the same to, you know, especially when you're approaching an institution, to be just a sole volunteer than to have the support of your chapter. And in the end, we are a very small community. We know each other very much, and it's just a matter of, you know, creating a roadmap to see what we can do together. Hopefully by next year, Wikimania, I can tell you about the project that I'm building right now, but hopefully those stickers can give you a hint of what I'm doing. But there are some community-led projects that are appearing right now with the support of the WMF and Wikimedia Argentina, most notably Archivo Inundación by Berna Gaitán, who is preserving the memory of the 2003 Santa Fe flood. So some similarities we observe here is that we have a lot of support from our local chapters, but we also have the same difficulties to approach institutions from the volunteer level.
And we have highly engaged individual editors. So what are the differences? In Germany, most of the work is done by the community volunteers on a voluntary basis.
While here in Argentina, most of the work is carried out by the chapter.
Yeah, and when it comes to resources, in Germany we have a large community, and we also have a large individual chapter with, and that's also a big advantage, with own money. So we have less red tape when we want to apply for funds and for support, and that is of course a very big advantage.
In Argentina, we are a very small community, and we have even less staff compared to Germany. And we don't have our own money. We rely exclusively on what the WMF gives us.
So that also brings us to the further differences. Because of our self-funded way of doing it in Germany, we have a very self-content community that doesn't share much to the international GLAM outreach and such things, and to the global community. That's because we also only have to report to the German chapters, so it's not really necessary to publish it in an English version. And also, yeah, it's also a language thing. A lot of people in Germany don't want to communicate in English.
In Argentina, we share our activities on Wikimedia Outreach. We also participate on the GLAM newsletter of that website, not only to showcase what we do, but also to learn what the rest of the world is doing, and if we find some projects interesting, see how we can apply them here.
Yeah.
Why it's not switching? There we go.
Yeah. So what are the lessons learned? I mean, for me in Germany, it's kind of like when I talked to Juan, we should go more international. We should, if you're doing good, you can also talk about it, and you let the others know. And we have to do more in that respect.
Well, I think we should do more things to empower the community to lead some projects in GLAM and, you know, in other kind of projects in the Wikimedia universe. But, you know, we could do some annual meetings between the members of the chapter to improve GLAM projects. We can do something similar to the Kulturbad chapter that Rainer will explain in more detail later. So we can have, you know, an intermediate between the institution and the sole volunteer that wants to do the work.
Well, so you actually a little bit less than 1 minute. If there are any questions, you know, give us the lightning questions now. Okay.
Okay.
It wasn't really intended. I mean, we are happy that we made it in these 10 minutes. So yeah, go ahead, fast. Either here or shout.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rima. I'm from Indonesia. So I just wonder what kind of GLAM institutions that you have approached. I mean, I really want to have a partnership with more scientific some institutions. So just necessarily not really GLAM. I mean, a lot of scientific institutions like in Indonesia, for myself, like National Science Academy, they have a lot of collections on things, but they are not necessarily a gallery, an archive, a library, or a museum, right? There are a lot of scientific institutions and academies like that, which nominally they're not GLAMs, but they have collections of knowledge, right? I wonder whether you have tried to approach those kind of institutions as well, or what is your experience regarding that? Thank you.
So we run out of time, so if you want, we can answer
we'll
privately later. But anyways, thank you everyone for being here. If you want to keep in touch with me, I'm at Bad Work on every single social media you can imagine, and on Wikimedia too. And for Rainer, you can also search for him with his username or at his email.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So sorry about but it was really intended anyhow.
Everyone, sorry, Amanda's not connected to the Zoom yet, so we're just going to try and work out what's happening. So thanks for your patience. and apologies. Apologies to you both.
Hi. Oh, that is loud. Okay, great. Hello, hello. My name is Kiara Amaya Gopi, and I am the Wikipedia project assistant at Black Lunch Table. And during this presentation, I will be highlighting Black Lunch Table's Wikipedia organizing efforts from 2019 to the present. But first, I'll give you some backstory on what Black Lunch Table is for those who are unfamiliar. Organized around literal and metaphorical lunch tables, Black Lunch Table takes the school lunchroom phenomenon as its starting point. In previous iterations, from 2006 to 2011, Black Lunch Table took the forms of online intercollegiate meetups, artist salons, and informal roundtable discussions. And currently, it comprises a series of artist roundtables, community roundtables, an online oral history archive, and a Wikimedia initiative. The format for our roundtables is modeled after a project iteration we staged in 2014 in Chicago at the Black Artists Retreat, which is an annual symposium for Black artists. Participants are curated into conversations, provided with a set of prompts, and discussions are audio recorded and transcribed for our for eventual public access and on our online archive. In January 2015, we staged our first People's Table, then called the Black Lives Matter Table, and that event responded to recent police-involved shootings as unarmed Black people and state violence both locally and internationally. As the research models for the Black Lunch Table archive to house the recorded audio, we noted that significant Black artists were omitted from art historical archives and the world's most widely referenced encyclopedia, Wikipedia. Our Wikipedia initiative redresses these omissions by mobilizing a collective authoring of articles on the lives and works of Black artists. When we began our Wikipedia project in 2014, important figures such as Fred Moten, Mishak Gaba, Peggy Cooper-Kaffritz, and Valerie Cassell-Oliver were all without Wikipedia pages. Several years later, each of these important figures has a page that began as a BLT target. Black Lunch Table is recognized as an official Wikimedia user group, and then under COVID, we hosted dozens of online events, including editathons, workshops, artist features, and skill shares. We also collaborated with other institutions to bring our Wikipedia project to their communities. In 2019, Black Lunch Table was granted 501(c) status, which is nonprofit status, and has evolved exponentially with the support and dedication of its governance board and the commitment of its funders. Thanks to the support of grants from the Mellon Foundation, the Warhol Foundation, the Logan Foundation, Root Foundation, many foundations, Creative Capital, the Foundation for Contemporary Art, among many others, Black Lunch Table has matured from an independent collaboration between two artists, Heather Hart and Gina Valentine, into a non-profit with administrative staff, production staff, and affiliate proxies in other cities. So the Wikimedia Foundation estimates that 77% of wiki editors are white and 91% are men. Our work shifts this demographic and empowers people to write their own histories. Our sessions and events, including editathons, bingo contests, BLT Live, and monthly office hours, all of which I'll run over today, equip new editors with the skill and resources to create, update, and improve Wikipedia articles and encourage existing editors to focus on Wikipedia knowledge gaps. A few years ago, the Wikimedia Foundation published the results of its annual Community Insights, a global survey of 2,500 Wikimedians, including active editors and program leaders, conducted in September and October 2020. And here you can see the stats where there's a lot of white people editing on Wikipedia. Not so many Black people editing on Wikipedia. You see the necessity of the work, it's there. Not to dwell on it, but yes. So more about our programming. So we include, like I said earlier, editathons, contests, BLT Live and office hours, and we provide editors with the skills to update things to focus on Wikipedia knowledge gaps, especially the lives of Black artists. So first off, I have editathons. So this map basically details all the places that we've held Black Lunch Table programming between 2019 and the present, minus 2 upcoming events. So Black Lunch Table editathons have taken place at MoMA, New York Public Library, the McCall Center in Charlotte, North Carolina, the Joan Mitchell Center in New Orleans, and Project Row Houses in Houston. And internationally, we have hosted editathons at Bridge Books in Johannesburg, South Africa, and Banff Center in Alberta, Canada, as well as at Alice Yard, which is an artist residency in Trinidad and Tobago, and NLS Kingston, which is another artist residency in in Kingston, Jamaica, my bad. And then this year, we've hosted programming in New York at Pratt's Institute's Anti-Racism Symposium, and at Stoveworks, which is an artist residency in Chattanooga, Tennessee. One of our initiatives is the regional proxy position. So the role of the proxy is to help establish Black Lunch Table's Wikipedia initiative in their own community through hosting 3 Wikipedia editathon events annually, developing the local editorship via training and support, and developing institutional outreach and partnerships. The proxy is also responsible for reporting finances and metrics for the events to the BLT team. I myself was a regional proxy for Black Lunch Table and have hosted workshops in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Detroit. Recently, we've had regional proxies in Nigeria, Botswana, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. In the US, we've had proxies working domestically in Seattle, Washington, and Houston, Texas. So, that whole thing, COVID happened, and it's still happening. And so we came up with a lot of different initiatives that will run online to support the lives of Black artists. And one of those was BLT Live. So BLT Live was a series of Instagram Live artist talks that highlight the work and interests of individual Black artists. This program was devised as a way to direct money to artists as exhibitions and freelance work were canceled due to COVID. And it's still ongoing and will return either this year or next year. It has been important to Black Lunch Table to compensate artists during the pandemic. Black Lunch Table Live, where we invite artists to give a talk or anything that they desire to share with a public, has allowed us to direct $4,108 to 21 artists up to the present. And in the past, we featured artists and arts workers such as Darwin Huff, formerly of Studio Museum of Harlem, Pamela Council, who just won a Guggenheim, Ilana Harris Babu, Shani Peters, and more. And if you all take a picture of this, you can see all of these videos on Vimeo on our archive, which is available to the public. Another major programming initiative that we've had recently is a fellowship that we've had with Pace Gallery. This 6 months long fellowship developed by Eliza Myrie, who is Black Lunch Table's Wiki director, culminated with an exhibition titled Action Query, Black Arts and Black Aesthetics at Pace Gallery's New York Gallery from February 1st to the 25th of 2023. The first appointed fellow, Kristen Owens, created a bibliographic text based on her research into the Black American and Black diasporic artists in Pace's history. Central to Owens' fellowship is a text by Carolyn Fowler titled Black Arts and Black Aesthetics, a Bibliography from 1981. A self-published bibliography Of 800 entries, it was inspired by the popular Black Arts movement of the time. During her time at PACE, Owens also facilitated conversations with Black artists and scholars about archival work, including artist Camila Janan Rashid, the founder of the Black Art Library, Asma Walton, scholar Dr. Howard Ramsey II, and more, all of which are accessible to the public via PACE's website for review. So if you go to PACE's website, there's an entire section on Kristen's work and what she accomplished over 6 months with the gallery. So on the left-hand side, we have a picture of Kristen at PACE working, and on the right-hand side, that is me and Eliza at PACE's library. So Owen's project on Black bibliography is critical to advancing the work of documenting and disseminating information about artists. It harnesses the potential of collections that are not directly public-facing and creates an opportunity to share that information. The traditions and lineage of Fowler's work are taken up in multiple ways in this partnership. Moreover, the difficulty that Fowler faced in publishing and distributing her work as a young Black academic is reflected in the challenges Wikipedia editors face when seeking reliable and verifiable sources that satisfy notability requirements on the encyclopedia. Access to the collection and archives of PACE provided valuable source text to improve Wikipedia. Many Black artists and cultural workers are missing or underdocumented in the world's largest and most accessible encyclopedia. In the field of mainstream contemporary art, Black artists are still marginalized within their field. Black Lunch Table's list of artists whose Wikipedia pages need improvement or creation is over 1,300 names long. A formidable and growing challenge, an element of this fellowship, is the improvement of Wikipedia articles of Black artists. Another thing that I managed to come up with during COVID was this Black Lunch Table bingo. It's basically a bingo card of artists who are on our list of 1,300 names who either need pages developed or have no pages at all, or need their pages developed and or improved. And every 2 months, I make a new one, new team. So this one here is just an example of the one that I made when Kristen was a fellow at PACE. And so the entire card is populated with artists from PACE's history, from PACE's exhibition history, Black artists from PACE's exhibition history. So stay tuned for September's bingo. Follow us on Twitter if you'd like to be notified of the next iteration of it. You win prizes. New articles are preferred, but you can also just improve old ones and you qualify. Just send us an email when you've done that. And yeah, we'll get your prize out to you. But also, I think it's a great tool for teaching Wikipedia to students in schools, if it's something that needs to be integrated into a class format. So this iteration of BLT Bingo features Black American and Black diasporic artists who have been represented by or exhibited with PACE Gallery during its 60-year history. Another one of our initiatives is the Black Lunch Table photo booth. In an effort to make notable artists that fall into the Wiki gaps more visible, Black Lunch Table began a photographic initiative that includes Wikicommons contests, partnerships with art schools, and it invites professional photographers to host a pop-up portrait studio at some of our editathons and make that work open license for free use and distribution. You can find these photos on Wikimedia Commons. So essentially, when we have programming such as a editathon, for instance, what would usually happen is that we have a partnership with like a partner institution, like a school. We have the editathon, and then on the side, we would hire a local photographer to document people that attended or local artists who are there. They would sign a permission form, give it to us, and then we would upload it to Wikimedia Commons. What this is kind of like a proactive way to approach imaging. The other issue with having artists with no Wikipedia pages is that they often have no images that are acceptable to go on those pages. So sometimes the card goes before the horse, sometimes the image exists before the page exists, but when the page does exist, we will always have an image there waiting for it to happen. And then recently, we developed our Wiki Artist Workshop. We launched the first iteration of that. And basically, this targeted Black artists with existing Wikipedia pages, or people who are starting a career and are curious about how a Wikipedia page is made. And so basically, they would join us for an hour-long clinic where we equipped participants with the tools necessary to engage with Wikipedia as an artist/public figure. By the end of this session, artists will become familiar with the rules and regulations of editing on Wikipedia and its sibling websites, Wikidata and Wikimedia Commons. They will gain insight into navigating disputes, learn how to upload images of themselves and their work to these sites with the correct licenses, and how to make it as easy as possible for your audience to write a concise and accurate article about them and their work. Writers, gallerists, historians, students, general enthusiasts, and other stakeholders were welcome to attend. And this clinic was hosted over Zoom and is free for the public to use, to attend. This really came out of, every now and then we get an email that goes, please save us, our Wikipedia page. It's not, the information is just not correct. What do we do? And then we have to be like, well, we can't technically do anything, actually. Nor can you, technically, because you're a public figure. And so this came out of navigating people's anxieties about being in public and having people write about them, but also works as like a corrective for folks when they do interviews, how they think about themselves, how they talk about themselves, think about the futurity of what they're putting forward into the world. And so here's some upcoming stuff that we have. We have office hours every month that I host. Next one is on August 27th. So if you'd like to edit alongside us or ask specific questions about a page that you're working on that is directly related to our scope of interest, feel free to drop in. If you can't make it this month, the dates and times of the remaining sessions can be found on our page on Wiki. And then we have September and October's BLT Bingo. Our next one is coming out soon, so look on Twitter where we post tips about each artist on the card to get you started if you're looking for a launch pad. And then we're also working on developing a writing and criticism program with the publication 60 Inches from Center, which is a criticism platform based in the Midwestern US. And this initiative will train young writers and critics living in that region by helping them develop articles about Black artists also there. Because the issue is not only that there aren't pages about Black artists, but there's no criticism available about Black artists. There is criticism, but we need more, essentially. And then we're also working on editathons in Santa Monica in California and Indianapolis in Indiana. And so, yeah, that's about that. Feel free to follow us. You can find our meetup page on Wikipedia, first bullet point. There's our Instagram, Twitter, and our website for everything, including our archive. And so, yeah, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, I'll attempt to answer them now, but also no questions is great and cool and fabulous. So either one is up. You know, I'm always scared of them, but I'll take it. Oh, can you use the microphone, actually? Sorry. My bad.
Hi, this is a bit intimidating. So I'm from the UK chapter, and when the foundation did the Community Insight Survey, they also looked at the UK statistics, and I don't think you'll fall down in surprise to find out that actually a lot of white people in the UK also edit Wikipedia and very few Black or Asian people. And so as the UK chapter, one of our priorities is thinking about how we diversify the editor base. We've done a lot around gender, but we haven't done as much around race. And I guess my question is, how open might you be to collaboration with a chapter? Because I appreciate that you're based in the US, but I've got some really good ideas, but at the same time, I don't want to just like implement those ideas in the UK. So I'm just sort of saying it'd be great to talk to you maybe at some point over the weekend, or to talk to Eliza about whether there's something we could do together. But just to say, I think this is really cool work, and some of the things that you've done, like we're quite a well-established chapter, but some of the things you've done around, I can't remember what you called it, sorry, but basically advising artists of colour, you know, how they might improve. Those are totally new ideas to us, to me, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, feel free to come chat with me. And I will take questions off mic because I'm getting cut off. They're playing the shark music for me, the Jaws music, so I got to go. Bye. Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, from wherever you are joining us from. My name is Emmanuel Obiajulu. I'm from Nigeria. And today I'll be sharing on the projects we had with the aid. Please, the slide, please. Okay, just a second. Slide is coming up. Okay, so we're speaking on the AID project. The AID is an acronym that actually means audiovisual of Igbo dances. We are talking of culture. Culture, as we know, is a way of life of a particular people. But this culture, when it is lost, then automatically we lose the culture or we lose the essence of these people. Basically, there has been this conception among the senior citizens in the culture of Nigeria, most especially the Igbo culture in the southern eastern parts of Nigeria. And this culture is that, this perception is that so many persons are beginning to clamor that we are losing the touch of our Igbo traditional culture. And this is because most of these dances that we know that has been ancient to this culture, most of the time it has started going into extinction. And because of this, so many people have forgotten about these dances. This is the essence we decided to carry out this project, to make sure that we bring this culture as well as these dances back to limelight. Looking at Nigeria, we have over 371 ethnic groups, which are further broken down into tribes. In Nigeria, as it stands, in the southern part, this project decided to take a tour and explore 5 different states in Nigeria, in the eastern part of Nigeria. We have the Imo State, we have the Anambra State, Enugu State, Abia State, and Ebonyi State. With this project, we are able to tour these rural areas, and we are able to document 16 audiovisuals as well as 25 images of Igbo dances. In the course of this presentation, we'll be playing some of these dances for you, a thriller, so that you can have a feel of what this culture it is like for the eastern parts of Nigeria. And also in the course of this presentation, we'll be taking you through the experiences, the value, the implementation, the impact, as well as the team that carried out this project. So at this point, I'll be inviting my co-presenter in the person of Mr. Chibike to tell us more about this. Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll be speaking on why we implemented these 8 projects. There are so many reasons why we actually implemented these 8 projects, but I'll just spotlighting just few of them to actually give us the glimpse of how these projects went and all what was involved. Okay, so bear with me. First, okay, good. Okay, the first is to bring in the unique knowledge and dance culture of the Igbos people in the form of licensed audiovisual, audio recording, and images in digital space through the Wikimedia project. Now we understand that Igbo actually have a rich culture when it comes to dancing. And most of these, as Mr. Chikibike rightly said, that they are not well documented in digital space. So we embarked on this project in order to create that visibility, in order to create that documentation for all these dances in the Wikimedia space. This is one of the reasons why we actually implemented this project. Then also to showcase the beautiful culture of the indigenous Igbo people. Also, in the course of when you'll be watching this thriller, you'll also discover that so many of these dances, they have beautiful attire, which are unique to these dances. And as such, it makes them unique to their culture. And you can't take the culture away from this beauty, therefore creating a big value for them. Then also to preserve these dances and the stories behind it. We also get to discover that there are ancient stories that are tied to these dances as well as tied to the culture, that you can't separate either of them. So this project ends up trying to preserve not just the dances alone, but the stories behind them. Then another fact why we also embarked on it was to ensure history is told by the right people who are actually indigenous to it. Now, we also discovered that most of the time, history are not being told by the right people. Therefore, this actually distorts history to an extent. But this project goes down to the indigenous people, the original owners of these dances, as well as of this culture, thereby making them tell us how it came about, then documenting it for them so that in the years to come, there won't be any issue in terms of this story or this dance does not belong to a particular tribe or does not belongs to a particular tribe. So with this, they can easily make reference to such a documentation on the wiki space to do this. So having said this, we'll be playing the trailer of this video that encompasses few of these dances we had. Remember, I told you we had 16 dances. So there's a trailer that just spotlights each and every one of them. So at this point, we'll be playing, just sit back, relax, and enjoy it. Thank you.
Hi, Chibuki and Arian.
All right. So you're all welcome back. I hope you all enjoy that video. And I don't know if the audio was audible enough, but however, from the video, you could see the dances, you could see the culture, you could see elders that were being interviewed. So all this ended up summarizing the whole idea of this project. So going further, I'll be speaking on how people are receiving this work we have done. And I'll be inviting Mr. Chibike, my co-presenter, to tell us how people have been receiving this work. Okay, however, let me just take a little of it. So looking at what we've done so far, we discovered that from the YouTube channel, okay, you could see the video, thank you. Please unmute when you speak. Okay, good, you could hear me. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Okay, so from the interaction we had after posting this video on YouTube, we discovered that we have 47 subscribers and 6,303 viewers. Since June, we posted it, and they're still counting. So what this entails is that people are actually looking out for such content, both on the Wikimedia space and on the contemporary media, social media. So therefore, because this actually brings them closer to their culture, making them feel the vibe of what it means for them to be even within their indigenous community. So which means they want to actually enjoy more of this. So that is why we have such a number of views within a short period of time. And also the impact this work has created, replication of similar projects by the Anglican community in India. Now we understood that we started this project at first, but now it has started going around for people to actually imitate and do similar things. And what this end up impacting on our community, it makes us be able to note those culture that we need to actually document so that at the end of the day, we don't end up losing this culture at the time of either at the cost of time or any other eventualities that might happen. And also, it has inspired the Igbo Wikimedia community to share in the joy of language and support in the outreach. The Wikimedia Igbo community actually welcomed this project with a huge excitement because what this end up showing is that it showed them that they can actually stay wherever they are and people will understand the culture wherever they are. And also it deepens the in-depth knowledge of what these dances means to everyone. So for the community of the Igbo community as large, they were really excited having this to share with everyone. Then also the podcast series and work to document both on the US Library of Congress and so. So we also have this documented. We have a series of podcasts on it, which actually also impacted in different ways through the review we got. So thank you very much. At this point, I'll also be inviting my co-presenter, Chibike, to give us the next slide where he speaks on it. Thank you very much. All right, guys, thank you very much. Yes, the last note. So we actually thank you for giving us the time to speak and also share our experience with this aid project. So we're excited. We'll be dropping the link of this whole video of the project also both on the Wikimedia, all across Wikimedia projects. So you'll be seeing them there. So thank you for giving us the time. We really appreciate. And if you have any question, we are open to them. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Really very happy to see all of you, and we are also very happy as Ukrainians that we were able to get to Singapore. It's not that easy an ordeal for us, which also kind of going to illustrate what we are going to talk about. So we want to talk about decolonizing knowledge from the perspective of our community, the Ukrainian community, but we also think that there are some things that we can share out to all those who also feel that they need to decolonize the knowledge or have work in that field. My name is Natalia Tymkiev. I'm a Ukrainian Wikipedian Antonana, and my co-presenter is Anton Protyuk, whom you all know because he is Wikipedian of the Year in one of the categories. In interest of time, because we have only 20 minutes, less 18, I'm going to go to what is colonization, and I'm actually going to talk about a part of it. I'm not going to talk about wars or, like physical destruction or something like that. Actually about languages. It's when colonization is also when the language of the empire or the language of somebody who is more powerful is actually replacing the language that is used locally or more locally. And that is an important thing for us, an important dimension. Why? This is a chronology of how the Ukrainian language was oppressed starting in 18th century. So decree by decree, the Russian Empire was limiting the usage of the Ukrainian language. So the books were not published, the teaching was not done in schools, everything else was published only in the Russian language, the laws and everything, and it was going like over centuries. And if the language is not producing books, is not producing textbooks, is not producing knowledge, and that knowledge is not recorded, that language is going extinct because there are no sources in that language. And everything in the sources that exist starting to begin being shown only from the perspective of the, the empire or the language in power, so to say. And it means, because Wikipedia really relies on written sources, as it is now, it also means that there are less written sources from the perspective, usually, of the colony, from the perspective of a less privileged country. That means that some things are an example that probably people are going to know more because Ukraine is relatively new in your news field, that, for example, Africa is a country, because you just don't want to go into too much details. You do not read a lot about the whole huge continent. And somehow it all in your mind is just like one country. You do not see the differences. The same was with the Russian Empire for us, because no one wanted to go into the details that the dancers that they painted were Ukrainian dancers. They were from the Russian Empire. That's how they went into the history. That's how he wrote it down, because he also didn't go into, oh, this is Ukrainian dancer, this is Bashkir dancers, this is some other dancers. It doesn't matter. Small people who do not write encyclopedias, who do not publish sources, they do not exist. They do not exist in a written world. The empires, and here no one calls Russian Federation the empire. It's more about mindset. The empires have a way and resources to create reliable sources, to create sources that are deemed reliable, and you can respect them from other scholars. Scholars talk with scholars in different languages, but they use kind of the same level of understanding that you need to have the whole institution, you need to have high education, you need to have everything else, you need to have terminology in that language. And that also means that words and concepts and things are being presented from the point of view of the colonizers rather than colonized, because colonizers are going to write down what is important for you. If they colonize the country, they might not care about its traditions, its culture. They might care about its resources, or things that you can get out of that country. That's it. They don't care about anything else. Kazimir Malevich was even mentioning and identifying as a painter that he is Ukrainian. Also, there were sources where he was saying that he is Polish, and his family was Polish. But he went down even on Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is citing sources, and Russia has way more resources to actually publish those sources, saying that this is Russian. So the Russian avant-garde, Kazimir Malevich is the one painter who, Black Square is his famous one, famous piece, just in case that you don't know. So that's it. So it doesn't matter, and even on the English Wikipedia, from the perspective of those who are writing, because those sources are more cited, he's going to go into the intro as a Russian, and then somewhere down the line in his early life, it's going to be mentioned that he identified himself as a Ukrainian. It's very difficult for a Ukrainian community, for example, or for any other smaller community, to go and try to get the point across in huge English Wikipedia, where all these things are just going to be looked down at because they don't respect our sources, because a national newspaper of Ukraine for 45 million of people is, less known than BBC or CNN or something else that the Western world usually, or some other big powers, respect. And here I'm going to give floor to Anton.
Thank you. So I want to talk a bit about decolonizing, to talk about what we've tried to do, what we've achieved. And I have two examples here I want to talk about. And when I am talking about, when I use the word we, I mean the Ukrainian Wikimedian community, and sometimes with the help of Wikimedia Ukraine. So the first example is about renaming articles about geographical locations, renaming articles about toponyms. It is important to build awareness among stakeholders who can impact how different places are mentioned in other reliable sources. Because Wikipedia doesn't set linguistic rules and norms, we depend on reliable sources like media, like research works, and to rename an article on English Wikipedia, for example, about a certain place. The most notable case is renaming the article about Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. To do it, we need to start with media, to start with other reliable sources, and then Wikipedia will follow, and that will create a virtuous cycle wherein other reliable sources follow Wikipedia, and this naming convention is even more established. But although we know that Wikipedia doesn't set linguistic rules and norms itself, other external stakeholders might not know that. So a big role for the community, for the Wikimedia community, is to explain that and to work with external stakeholders who can have impact on other sources. In Ukraine's case, there was a big campaign called Kyiv, not Kyiv, which I've just mentioned, and its goal was to change the spelling of Ukrainian, of the name of Ukrainian capital, and this campaign was driven by Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and by the civil society, by the civil sector, which worked to impact media outlets, to impact how different commercial companies, such as air flight providers and so on, use this term. And the role of the Ukrainian Wikimedian community here was to work with these organizations and explain the importance of working with other reliable sources before we can change something on Wikipedia. And of course, there was all this time there was an attempt to change the name on English Wikipedia. As you can see, it took almost 15 years to do that. The first discussion started in 2007, but it was only in 2020 when there was this critical mass of external reliable sources referring to Ukraine's capital as Kyiv in Ukrainian spelling, and it was only in 2020 when this renaming happened, in part because of this broader campaign to impact other reliable sources. And of course, we have still a lot of work to do. There are toponyms in English Wikipedia which are still reflected in Russian spelling, such as Chernobyl. There are, of course, a lot of other language editions, such as French Wikipedia, where Kyiv is still spelled in the Russian spelling, so there is a lot of work to do, but there are also success stories here which we can reflect on. And the second example of decolonizing work I want to share is developing Crimean Tatar Wikipedia. So it is not only the Ukrainian language that has been suppressed by the Russian Empire. Crimean Tatars, which is an indigenous people in the Crimean Peninsula in Ukraine. Crimean Tatars have also been suppressed, in some ways even in a more cruel way than Ukrainians, along with many other ethnicities suppressed by the Russian Empire. And as a result, the Crimean Tatar language isn't as well developed, and Crimean Tatar Wikipedia exists, but it is much smaller than Ukrainian Wikipedia, and there is a lot of developing work to do. A few years ago, the Ukrainian government started wide work to invest in the development of the Crimean Tatar language, and we worked to make Wikipedia a part of that. So just to give an example, there was of the wider government's work, there has been developed a comprehensive strategy to develop, there has been created a comprehensive strategy to develop Crimean Tatar language in Ukraine, to do things like developing the alphabet, to increase the presence of the Crimean Tatar language on different digital platforms, such as Google Translate, for example, or language learning platforms, and so on. And we collaborated with in 2021, we collaborated with the Ministry of Reintegration of Occupied Territories in Ukraine, which was the agency responsible for this work, the agency responsible for supporting Crimea, which is currently temporarily occupied by Russia, and we worked with them to organize a campaign on Crimean Tatar Wikipedia. You can see how it looked like. The goal of the campaign was it was basically a month-long campaign marathon to create the most basic languages, the most basic articles on the most basic topics on the Crimean Tatar language edition. So, for example, before the marathon, Crimean Tatar Wikipedia worked articles on things like internet or forest or Crimean Tatar music, and we worked with volunteers to create articles on these most basic topics, and that was the short-term goal. The short-term goal was just to make Crimean Tatar Wikipedia a little bit better, and hopefully to prompt Crimean Tatar language users to use Crimean Tatar Wikipedia more and not rely exclusively on other language editions such as Turkish or English or Russian or Ukrainian. But the more long-term goal was to give a push to the project's development and to raise awareness of the importance of developing Crimean Tatar Wikipedia. And it looks like we indeed came closer to achieving this long-term goal. Personally, I even think that this graph is a bit a bit too good to be true, but we see a steep rise in the number of new articles created on Crimean Tatar Wikipedia after our marathon was conducted in 2021. Probably this growth is not only because of our campaign, but our campaign played a big role in bringing awareness to Crimean Tatar Wikipedia and prompting other people to join even after this specific campaign. So that's it. We had just a short presentation just to get a feeling, but we would like to hear any thoughts and any questions while we still have, I think, at least 4 to 5 minutes.
You need to go to the mic. Yeah, we need to use mics in order for the online participants, if they are, to be able to hear us.
This is so tall. Now, thank you, first of all, for your presentation. I wanted to ask you for some recommendations for people in other parts of the world that are trying to decolonize Wikipedia, world language, considering, as you showed, that there are a lot of editors that keep reverting a lot of changes that are really useful for communities, but are reverted by people that are not from that community and that don't understand what is happening when doing that kind of edits. If you have like some recommendations or something that you can tell us to. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, as you have seen, the Kyiv renaming campaign took us like 13, 15 years. The recommendation would be actually to make awareness, even among editors, communities, that it is difficult to do, and Wikipedia is not a source in itself and doesn't set rules. Wikipedia is kind of a mirror. It just shows what already exists. It can't create things. People do use it in that way. I mean, this is a very powerful mirror, maybe even a magical mirror, because once you do get things on Wikipedia, it is influencing, even though it should not be by design, but it is influencing other things. So it is a magical mirror, but still not a, like, you do need to work with reality before you are able to change. So, like, just perseverance. You can do it. We did it, so you can do it. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for a great presentation. Sort of a reflection and a question. What I was struck by was how important it is not only to work on the language, in this case Ukrainian, that reflects your community and country and so on, but also thinking about English Wikipedia because it is really dominant. So we've had an issue, I mean a number of issues, but one issue is that where we're supporting editors working on minority indigenous languages in the UK, that there's a, that there is contested history. So for example, one example is around the suppression of the Welsh language, and particular techniques that the English used to do that are written in very different ways on the Welsh and the English Wikipedias in a way that's actually caused quite a lot of difficulty for individual editors. I guess I was wondering if you have, any insights or advice as how to enable people to navigate that, particularly thinking about the editors, working in that minority language.
Mm-hmm. So with minority languages, it is really a difficult situation because Wikipedia, as I said, is just reflecting the reality, even though it's like kind of creates reality also in a way, but still. The problem is usually with the minority languages that they are not supported enough to be able to create new knowledge. Because if you do not have universities, you do not have scientists who are working with that language, there would be no terminology. Practically, you kind of won't be able to create Wikipedia, to create encyclopedia, because you do need terminology which needs to be established in the sources, which you do not have because you do not have people who create it, like scientists who are recognized to be able to create it. You're going just to have a bunch of Wikipedians who are going to go around and create to the best of their knowledge. That's an issue with all minority languages, which are not state, I mean, they don't have, the languages that don't have an army are going to end up there. And because of that, actually, I think that people who are working on minority languages should really, really concentrate on preserving the language in order to enable its existence on the internet and online. So then you would be able to, at some point, try to invest, like we tried to do, I mean, collectively, the states, institutions, and us, Crimean Tatar, which was in the same, situation and still is. But if you work on lexemes in Wikidata, you're going to record the language. It would be available online. I don't know, Gen AI at some point, maybe if it's not going to be too crazy, can help with that. And, we work on Wikisource, work on, creating the online presence of the language before you're able to actually start creating a real encyclopedia. It doesn't just work in a different way. We have time, that's it. We just wanted to say that we didn't have a lot of time. If you want to talk a bit more about it, find us.
Rainer Halama from the Jussi Wuselig from the German Wikipedia, and I'm a Kulturbotschafter. Kulturbotschafter, okay, what is that? It's a funny name. Too fast. Kulturbotschafter is somebody who works in culture of Germany. Civilization is in some countries synonymous with culture. So I just put on the Wikidata items so you can look it up in your own language what we're talking about. It's also like, and the Botschafter part is the ambassador or an envoy. And we're working in GLAM. But it's like Shakespeare said, what's in a name? But if it is a rose, you know, you can name it by it smells as good if it's called by any other name. So let's talk about the concept and not about the name. If you like the concept, you can still find a better name in an international context. Okay, so what is the need for this? I tried to picture our Wikiverse and the universe we're working in. We have institutions, we have the whole world, we want to have the sum of all knowledge. We have our Wikiverse on top, and we have the foundation and chapter on the top, on the bottom, and we have some individual user there who is trying to negotiate in this big metaverse, if you want to call it that way. But the problem is, even if I might be considered by some from my community or not as a big shot, if I try to reach some institution, I'm just a small little thing, smaller than perhaps any of those people down below. On the other hand, the people down below and even the people in institutions, when they think about Wikipedia, all they see is a wiki page that might pop up when they made a Google search. That's all they know about Wikipedia. And if they try to get into the Wikiverse, they see individuals with funny usernames, unknown expertise, the whole funny thing, meritocracy. It's a closed community to them, even though we try to be open, but to them we're still closed. And if we approach an institution, we are faced with experts. There's a hierarchy in those institutions. So whom do we approach? You have departments there, you have public relations, social media, you have people who are working in research and science. So yeah, how do these worlds get together? So I call it kind of triangle of communication, and you have the question marks that are between us. I already pointed those out. And if you have the institutions, when they try to approach anybody from Wikipedia or Wikimedia, as they know it, they would like to do that on an eye-to-eye level. In other words, they prefer to have somebody who has a postal address, an email address, a telephone number to reach to. And that is, of course, usually, in my case, in Germany, it is Wikimedia Deutschland. That's the one they would try to approach. Now, Wikimedia Deutschland, on one hand, says, but we are not doing any content intervention. You know, I mean, that is the thing of the volunteers and the users. So in other words, we're going to have to find somebody in the community to do those things that the institutions actually want to have done. And of course, yes, I as a normal user, I get support, have had the infrastructure, and if I want to approach the institution in the name of Wikipedia, they are also the trademark owners. So in the community, there was this wish that we create some person who is somehow endorsed by the community, but also by the foundation, to be able to approach these institutions and act as an intermediary to these institutions. And of course, the chapter was also interested in that not anybody could just do that and call themselves that, because yeah, there might be users who are banned for some reason, or yeah, so they wanted to have a say. Okay, who's going to go out and call themselves Kulturbotschafter? So what do we have? The Kulturbotschafter should be part of the community. He should know the community. He should know the project. Ideally, he should be active, or he or she, sorry about gendering, but it's, let's say, okay, in English it's they. Okay, they should be knowing the project, they should be more project, they should be willing to commit themselves for a longer period. In other words, not just I have one project and in that project I'm going to be active. No, I should be able to be called on by either the foundation or the institution if they want to cooperate with us. And then I should also, and that's the next thing, be open to challenges even in fields beyond my own usual interest. If I'm interested in medieval art and someone is suddenly in a museum with impressionisms come up, okay, I should also dig into those subjects. And willing to learn, yes, also new techniques and features, yeah. Upload wizards, not upload wizards, but new upload tools, mass upload tools and things like that get involved like this. I should also learn about something about the legal background. And I should try to find out how these institutions work and work together. And I should know the networking associations of these museums to perhaps, also do some work in the background. Yes, and as I said before, I need to have the backing of the community and of the chapter. Nope. Yeah. So, what the Kulturbotschafter isn't, I'm not some kind of super Wikimedian. There was some opposition also from the community that they didn't want to have, we don't need such Kulturbotschafter because they are just going to be some big shots. They're going to get all the money, all the funding. They take that away from us. No, we're not doing that. And we're also not in there just for the fancy title. And it is, for some, perhaps similar to the Wikipedian in residence, but the difference is I'm not working for working with or inside some specific institutions, but I'm open to different institutions. And it's also, there's no employment part in it. I'm still a volunteer, and it's not any kind of part-time work or anything like that. But when we contact in specific institutions, of course we do things that also Wikipedian in residence would do. We try to empower the people in those institutions to become part of the Wikimedia. We try to show them how to do comments, how to show them how to edit, and also show them the constraints, for instance, about paid editing. I mean, they are, as somebody in the institution, they are paid people. They have their salary, and they actually edit as an employed person from the institution. That's not very well looked upon in Germany. So we have to tell them, the do's and don'ts, what they are able to do and not do. Yes, and I didn't make a nice sign-off thing, so only the thank you. In our last sessions, we said, okay, well, we have 30 seconds left. We have a question and answer thing. Then we stopped, and the next session didn't take place. So, is there a next session? Okay, then I'm over and out, and if you have questions, approach me and answer me, or I'll answer you outside, but now I'm going to give... Okay, so any questions? Yes, sure. Yeah, over there.
How do you engage that people? Like, do you, well, it's not you, but I mean, how do these people get engaged to this responsibility at the end? Like, it's not a part-time job, but at the same time, it's a lot of
No, as I said, it was a community initiative, but then it was more or less, should it get the endorsement by the chapter? And there was actually a very long genesis of how we're going to create this. As I said, there was also opposition from the community that said, hey, we don't want that Kulturbotschafter because he's going to be some, he's just going to be there for the name and, hey, I want to do. So it took over a year to actually get this more or less down. And there was a voting process at the beginning, and at the moment we are only about 10 people. No woman at the moment because you are also not allowed to be employed by the chapter. And this one woman we had, she went to Wikimedia Switzerland as employee, and at that moment she was out. And we meet on a monthly basis on every 15th of the month at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So whether it's Monday, Sunday, or whatever, that is also because as volunteers, people have different commitments. They work in their jobs, they have evenings, they have sport clubs, and so on. So we can't. If you would put it down to one day, somebody would be excluded at every meeting. In this way, most of us usually come together. And so that's how we exchange ourselves amongst each other, what projects are coming up and what we can do and where we need somebody to move in. And as I said, the institutions approach the chapter, and then the chapter approaches us. Is that more or less? Yeah, good. Anybody else? Yes.
I just thought of something. Hi, my name's Chris. I'm actually from Wikimedia Deutschland. Is this just for Wikipedia, or are there equivalents for other wiki projects?
No, that's what I said. We help those institutions with commons uploads, with Wikidata, Wikisource if you want. I mean, it's kind of like anything that these institutions could do within the Wikiverse. And of course, I'm not a know-it-all, but usually I know people in the community that might be able to answer these specific questions. So that's also the reason why I said this person should be a little bit embedded in the community and should more or less also know people in the community. So it's a networking thing. You have to know where to go for your answers.
I might poke you for something later.
Fine. Okay. Well, great. You were a creative, enthusiastic crowd. That makes it happy to be here as a speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be presenting some examples of creative and unconventional uses of Wikimedia Commons in order to lead us to a better understanding of built heritage, especially built heritage like monuments, cities, etc. So my name is Nassima, I'm from Morocco, and I'm actually an architect and heritage consultant. I'm also a Wikimedian since 2018, and I am the co-founder of WikiWorld Heritage User Group. And this year I've been doing a master's about architecture and historic urban environments in University College London. And actually I'm giving you all these details because it's the combination of these profiles that led me to exploring these uses of Wikimedia Commons. So in this presentation, I will start by 2 introductory questions, and I hope that you will be reactive. They are very simple. Then I will share some thoughts on built heritage based on my experiences. And then I will present an experimental project through which I will explain these 2 examples of unconventional uses of commons. And finally, I hope that we will have some time for discussion. So the first question, first of all, are there any people that are very active on Wikimedia Commons here? Great. So what do you think is the ultimate purpose of your contributions on Wikimedia Commons? Why do you contribute? For fun. That's great. Yes. Documenting. Very good. Actually, as an architect, I would go further. I think that the ultimate goal of sharing knowledge on Wikimedia Commons especially is to provide some extensive material for heritage professionals for analysis and decision-making. Actually, I use Commons very, very frequently, not just as a contributor, but also as a user, and it's very beneficial. The second question is, when I say Wikimedia Commons, heritage, monuments, what comes to your mind first? Yes, great. This is exactly my answer. Actually, Wiki Loves Monuments is the most well-known campaign in the Wikimedia sphere, and it is a great campaign. It's helped us collecting millions of photos, maybe, of multiple monuments around the world, etc. But actually, I think that Wiki Loves Monuments is not enough, and it is very reductive when it comes to built heritage, and why. So I will share some thoughts about what is built heritage from my perspective as a heritage professional. Beyond the monuments that we see, the facade, the building, the material, the forms, etc., there are many other components. There are the textures that we touch when we touch a wall, when we touch a window, when we touch anything in this building. There are the sounds, there are the memories and emotions that this building triggers among us. There are the smells, the stories, the rituals. There is a whole set of intangible and tangible components that are related to these buildings or cities and that make them very different from any normal building. So just remember your hometowns and cities. There is a huge difference between the emotion that you have from a heritage building, a historic building, and a very random building on the street. And actually, these elements are what make the importance of heritage and what make heritage being so. It's not the beauty of the building, but the meaning and the experience that it has for people. So I think that our interaction with heritage is based on this and not just on the visual aspect of this built heritage. Therefore, I think that we perceive it through 3 different levels. The first one is this visual perception that we all document on Wikimedia Commons. But there is another level. It is the sensorial perception, how we experience the space, what are the smells, sounds, etc. that remain in our memory when visiting a heritage site, a city, a building, etc. And finally, this emotional perception. What is our intimate relation with these buildings? What are our feelings regarding them, our emotions, etc. And I think that if we want to document built heritage and we fail in documenting this level 2 and 3, then we are failing this documentation. And Wikimedia Commons shouldn't be an exception. It is a wonderful tool that allows for multiple and flexible uses, and we shouldn't be reducing it to image. I think that Wikimedia Commons can be also used for recording the sensorial experiences and also for capturing the emotional interactions between people and heritage. And that's why this year I launched this experimental project in London that is called Brand Is You. And ironically, because of my master is very extensive and I was very busy, so I was thinking that I'll be disconnected from Wikimedia this year. But I found myself relying mainly on Wikimedia Commons to understand the built heritage in a city that I am new to. So this project is about one of the boroughs of London. Its name is Brand, and it is characterized by being very, very, very culturally diverse. Actually, just 16% of the residents of this borough are white British, and the other communities are coming from all the parts of the world. It's overwhelmingly diverse, and I wanted to understand and to map this diversity through the public spaces and how they showcase these cultural and identities. But then what I found is that the majority of buildings in this borough are simple British Londonian buildings with this red British brick. So I was wondering, where is the diversity in the public space? And then I thought there are other aspects of this space, the sound, for example. And that's how came the idea of shifting from the image to another component to document the space. And I thought about sound. And there is already an existing concept, maybe some of you know it. It's sound mapping. Sound mapping means creating digital geographical maps that put emphasis not on the image, but on the sonic representation of a specific geographic location, a street, a building, a valley, a natural space, anything. And sound maps in cities are created through this association between landmarks and their soundscapes instead of their images. And it can be very, very, very useful and give information that the image cannot give. And here is an example. Those 3 buildings exist in the borough of Brand, and they are very similar. If you remove the entrance plaques, for example, you cannot tell that these buildings host different activities belonging to different communities. But if we use the sound mapping, the difference between them will be very, very drastic. So using Wikimedia Commons, I uploaded the sounds that I could hear within these buildings. And using Wikidata, I generated this very simple map just of the names of the buildings, and where I show just the names of the buildings and their soundscape instead of image. And we have the first building is actually Shiv Shakti Ma Mildi Temple, that is a Hindu temple. And here is what we hear. The second building is the Eritrean Orthodox Church. And the building is very similar to the first one, but this is what we hear. This is a prayer as well, just like the first building, which is the temple. And the third one is the Islamic College of London. And we have, once again, a very different sonic experience. So let's go back to the images. They are very similar buildings, but when using just the sound, we hear a different language, a different religion, a different kind of rituals, and it's a whole different feeling and atmosphere. And once again, the similarity in terms of images is very striking and make them very normal, boring buildings in a random borough of London. So From this experience, we can deduce some added values of the sound mapping. First of all, it can capture the differences that cannot be conveyed by the image. Second, it gives focus on a specific type of information, because maybe you were wondering why I didn't use video instead of just the sound. Actually, when you use the video, you are still focusing on the image, on the colors, on the materials, and all these types of things. But the audio, just the audio, it gives you a very pure information that really conveys the message of difference that you want to convey through this example. Then I could use it in this project to differentiate between authentic and touristic places. I used it also for restaurants, streets, and I could tell where are the restaurants, for example, where those communities go, and where are these restaurants that are more touristic than authentic. Then it is a very immersive experience. Just close your eyes and you will feel that you are within the building, a thing that cannot be experienced through the image or video. And finally, it gives unequitable access to information for people with visual impairment, and it allows them to understand cities and experience them through Wikimedia Commons. So the second unconventional use in this project was trying to document the emotional experiences of people. And this was done through a very, very, very simple and silly way, which was the change of the task or the request of the photography campaign. Usually, we ask people to document monuments. But here, I added a very simple element. Document the monuments or the places that remind you of your home country, remembering that the majority of Brant residents are not British. And it gave a very different result from the photography campaign that I used to lead. In terms of the photos quality, actually the photos were not of a very, very good quality, but they were very, very informative, because as an architect and as someone who is new to London, I could never choose the monuments that these people chose. And here is an example. So these two temples are in Brent. They are Hindu temples. According to you, what was the temple that was mostly highlighted by participants? With the blue sky or with the gray sky? The blue sky. I would also say blue sky, because even the architecture is Indian and you feel that you are in the country. But no, the participants highlighted the other one. And when I asked why, I asked people who live in the area, and I visited the two, I found that this beautiful temple with the blue sky is more touristic. It is a touristic landmark. And the other one is very, very authentic. I visited it during like a ceremonial ritual, and the way people were talking to each other, were interacting with each other, you would say that they are one family. And it was very small, very cozy. The smell was very sparkling, unlike this big monument. And therefore, I understood that heritage is not always, or landmarks are not always the buildings that are big and beautiful and with expensive materials, but they can be very, very simple buildings where extraordinary things can occur because of the people inside. So the added value of this emotional mapping was, first of all, identifying what is really meaningful for people. If we want to tell what heritage is important than other buildings, we should refer to people. Then providing guidance for preservation projects, because as architects, we should rely on what is important for people instead of what is aesthetical for us. And finally, a better understanding of the communities that live in this area. And thank you. Any questions, remarks? If we have time.
I have one question to the feedback about the picture. From whom came this? The question was the feedback you got for these two different pictures, the nice touristic Hindu temple and the other one. From whom did this feedback came? I mean, was it people living there, or because, I mean, as a person who does not know these places, I wouldn't go for the one on the left.
Yeah, actually it was from people living there, and to advertise the campaign, we collaborated with local NGOs in the borough in order to attract participants. And also we created an Instagram account that was advertised only among the area of brand. And also we required from the participants in the campaign page to write an extensive description about their relationship with this monument.
Okay, that's an explanation, thank you.
Yes, please. Time's up. Okay.
No questions? Or I can ask. So just a quick question. What is the first step for someone who is interested in doing this in their own area? What would you advise is the first step to do this?
I think the first step is to identify what is the need and what do you want to understand. Because Wikimedia Commons is a tool, it's not the finality. So just start by the information you want to get and then try to find what are the tools provided by Commons that will allow you to explore this subject.
How did you record the sound bites and how did you upload them? Because, I mean, the process for images is pretty easy and well known and established. With sound bites, I think it's still a bit difficult for a lot of users, even old users.
Yes, actually the only challenging thing with the sound is the format. Because you need to convert it before uploading it to Commons. So I recorded just using my phone or camera. Then I converted the sound to OGG, and I uploaded it on Commons just like any other photo. And on Wikidata, there is a property called audio, where I put the file.
So as we are running out of time, it's a humble request to everyone, please contact directly to her. So we have another session going on. Thank you so much.
and at least some reference to your affiliation or context or background. Where do you come from next to your either username or the real name? So why am I showing the graphics of Sex Pistols, the famous punk group? Because a few days ago, the author of this graphics and prominent designer Jamie Reed died, and he was one of the maybe most prominent designers of that era, of that particular cultural movement that was introduced mainly through the work of this punk rock band, but also through other work, and became a kind of a legendary artist, graphic designer that is now featured in many collections, and as you can see has 11 Wikipedia pages, is part of databases of prominent institutions like Tate, MoMA, V&A, and Europeana, Meta collections, and so on forth. What is interesting about this is that he came from the kind of underground movement, came as an outsider, as an anarchist, kind of radical person who became part of the mainstream culture, recognized as someone who has developed a particular visual language and who has produced kind of significant contribution to the field of visual art and design. So if I ask you now, if you would, do you listen to independent music, and do you know of bands that are equally that have started equally independently in unknown, under visible, prominent kind of areas everyone would say at least that they know at least few bands, even if they are not diehard punk or techno or whichever enthusiasts, but they likely know at least some bands that are worth mentioning and that are worth Wikipedia articles. What is interesting that this Wikidata item for independent music was created long ago, so there is a very well kind of established interest in this field, and this is something that is kind of common knowledge, that it needs to be mapped, that it's encyclopedic knowledge. So it was in Wikidata, it was created by Bot in 2012, but it already had many independent Wikipedia articles before Wikidata was picking up this particular set of Wikipedia articles to connect them. What is less obvious and less prominent is the field of independent culture. So when you discuss independent film, independent music, people will say, "Oh, this is super common. This needs to be part of Wikipedia and Wikidata." But for independent culture, which is a more general term, there was no such interest. And me, as a Wikimedian contributor who looks into this field, particularly was surprised that in 2001 there was still no Wikidata item. So I created one at November 13th, thinking, okay, this is really something that needs to be done urgently, and it needs to be done by multiple people and contribute, that contributions need to be more systematic. So aside from starting this particular item and trying to add independent contributors, I started, just a second. I started creating a kind of a discourse around this, that is a discourse of looking at culture through non-glamorous lens. So Wikimedia had this problem historically, that it came from the kind of heritage of traditional encyclopedic publications that was looking primarily into traditional historic cultures, not into contemporary cultures. And it was connecting also to institutional knowledge, starting most often with high-level institutions that are part of GLAM networks, that are either galleries, libraries, archives, or museums, and most often neglecting culture and arts produced independently or produced in what is called the civil sector, the culture that is not yet there inside of the mainstream institutions. It's interesting to note that 20 years ago, when the open movement was starting on web in large scale with Wikimedia or Wikipedia and Creative Commons, this was not the case. For example, there were a lot of connections in between independent cultural workers, independent artists, and especially Creative Commons. Maybe not so much Wikipedia, but there were some. So in past 3 years, I've been working in this particular field. I had a few collaborators in different configurations of projects that were all super small, kind of experimental projects. In Croatia, when we were documenting 20 years of independent cultural network called Clubture, but also internationally, where I was joined by a few prominent Wikimedians and podcasters to do something about Pixel Lakes Festival and this idea of documenting new media festivals and independent culture internationally. This was presented in past 2 years in Ohrid CE meeting and in Kiasma Museum of Helsinki. So what, how, and for whom is non-institutional, non-glamorous culture? So it is primarily the culture that lives outside of well-established galleries, libraries, archives, museums. This still means that it is connected to Open GLAM movement, it is still connected to Creative Commons, that is still connected to GLAM Wiki initiatives, but it is focusing on individual practitioners and not on institutional connections. It's connected to small organizations, to initiatives, and not to those so-called low-hanging fruits that are so common in Wikimedia movement. So in past 3 years, I've done these experiments across different projects, starting with Wikipedia, but actually not spending so much time there, mostly focusing on Wikidata Commons and the new project, which is called, new project in development, which is called Wikispore. I can maybe advertise Wikispore again. If you are there in person in Singapore, you can maybe talk to Richard and Gergo about how to join Wikispore for experimental projects like this. What is super important about this topic is that I think it connects really closely to what are infrastructural aspirations of Wikidata inside of the Wikimedia movement. So Wikidata wants to create more decentralized, more independent content hosts through different wiki bases that federate. And this totally would make sense with content that is not so focused on Wikipedia, but actually focused on media recordings and data, open data recordings. It's also important that this project or these projects are produced in decentralized way and to help diversify existing work in Wikimedia. Most of the work in Wikimedia is nominally diverse, is nominally decentered, but actually there are a lot of roadblocks if you want to contribute content that is not popular and inside of the mainstream publications. And whoever works in small Wikipedia, they can confirm the same. So yeah, I would, this was the first project I did that was doing primarily NGOs. There were around 50 NGOs that are members of Clubture network. Another 20 or 30 were formerly members. Each year this network supports 5 or 6 totally new projects and then 5 or 6 projects that were done by existing members. It is very participation and open culture focused network. So although it doesn't focus on new media exclusively and production of media, it does use some of these ethical and methodological approaches. We were mostly busy with correcting and filling the info gaps, getting media permissions to get these first initial publishings of all the entities, to have first categories, to have organizations adopt CNC licensing for their future work, and to create some umbrella articles about independent cultural scene in Croatia. So we were offering to put information into database. We thought this would be too much to ask for people who are already struggling with resources and time and people, and upload it and link it in between Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, and Wikidata, and then offer education and support how they could update and maintain this. We came across multiple problems that would be probably common on many different Wikipedias of smaller languages, that existing admins or oversights were thinking that this is not relevant enough, or this is content that is not well articulated, because they didn't come across it, they didn't see it on TV or in mainstream press, and there was lack of academic research. However, most of these organizations do have very prominent social media accounts. They have a lot of visibility in public space, like they produce a lot of posters, flyers, among youth, the new generation of people who go to concerts, to go to festivals and exhibitions. They have really big visibility. The problem is most small Wikipedias don't have the same category of people contributing. Yeah, I'm going to skip a few things because we are running out of time. I would love if you could, yeah, one of the biggest problems was that our ecosystem of Wikimedia is super complex. So to explain someone how to contribute where and when, and how to manage resources is almost impossible. One of the biggest issues is communication across different channels, that we basically assume everyone is using Telegram, that people know how to respond and how to read our terminology, how to read our slang, and that their language skills are high, and they are willing to communicate on this level of expertise. So what I'm proposing now is basically for you to think about the content discrepancy we have been creating for 20 years, just focusing on this low-hanging fruits that was mostly heritage of US institutions, because there was a lot of access in big US institutions for Wikipedians to go to, and consider in other countries, in other contexts, what are the smaller NGOs and what are the smaller entities that need to be covered, and maybe try to do them, although they are much more wild and less accessible as fruits. In terms of user commitment, there is a problem that many admins on smaller projects have this benevolent attitude toward content that is marginalized, and then in the same time we have contributors that are over-committing in contributions to the projects and think that the projects are kind of owned and they have to take care of them fully, and whatever is marginalized, marginal needs to be extra carefully selected or has to be taken off. So one of the biggest issues when we're doing Wikipedia is that some basic articles, like the notion of community, for example, didn't even exist in Croatian Wikipedia. Like you would not be able to explain a notion of participation or community cultural production if you don't have these articles. Yeah, what I'm kind of focusing now and trying to promote to new Wikimedians who are joining is to think both in encyclopedic way for the articles, but also in just machine readable, accessible way to produce at least Wikidata items and produce at least Wikimedia uploads for the time being until the kind of encyclopedic entries become more easy to create. I'm going to skip Creative Commons discussions, categorization and data modeling. There is a wiki project on Wikidata that is specifically focused on civil society networks that I will be sharing as a link. And what were the biggest learnings in this is that we had to start much slower and much more modest than we initially thought. We needed to coordinate with a lot of people on methods. Unfortunately, not many people are interested in contemporary culture and especially in marginalized contemporary culture. And we needed to find resources that are already well organized, that are part of existing community archives or part of documentation centers. Yeah, I'm very interested in what other people have been doing in this field or in this wannabe field, because it still doesn't really exist as a notion. Unlike Wikimedia user group Classics that has a very specific kind of focus on antique kind of classical culture. Wikimedia doesn't have a group that would deal with modernity and with contemporary contributions. So yeah, if anyone is interested in creating something equivalent to Wikimedia user group Classics, but focusing on modern and contemporary, please get in touch. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm wrapping up the presentation, and I would love to see if you people did not sign in to the Etherpad. Did Etherpad link got distributed or not? Yeah, if you are interested in this topic, I would love to keep in touch, and then we can maybe do a session that is not tied into the very short conference format that we have now. Are there any questions? If not, yeah, I will just remain available on the contacts, as you can see in the listing of the session.
Hi there, folks. Thank you for coming to this session today. Good afternoon to those of you that are in Singapore, and good morning to any of you who are joining from closer to where I am, which is Glasgow in Scotland. If you are catching up with me on the streams later in the day, then I hope it is a very lovely whatever time of day it is that you're having. I can see the live broadcast from here, but I can't see who's in the room. So hi to anyone who's in the room. So let me do this. Okay, so hi, I'm Sarah Thomas from Wikimedia UK, and I'm a programme manager with responsibility for programmes work in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and volunteering right across the UK. From January 2018 to December of 2022, I was Scotland Programme Coordinator. And before that, I was a Wikimedian in residence for the Scottish Library and Information Council, and also for Museums Galleries Scotland, both of which are sector development agencies. Over the years, I've done a lot of training for new editors. I've developed GLAM and education partnerships. I've done advocacy work around open licensing and worked with a lot of individual volunteers. Out with Wiki, I do events and volunteer management, and I also run a small charity. I'll just say my email address and my username are there just for anyone who wants to follow up with me later. The tiny URL that is on the screen will take you to an Etherpad for this session. Inside, you'll find links to all of the session slides and also to blank and example copies of the workbooks that I'm going to use and I'm going to demonstrate throughout the course of this session. There will be time set aside within this session for you to take some of those tools and have a go with them. So they're just very basic frameworks. But if you want to go into that Etherpad just now to download those links, particularly the one that is worksheet 1 or workbook 1, and make notes as you go along, you are very welcome to do that. This is intended to be a session where you go away at the end of it to have something of your own. So as I said, if you'd like to go in there, look at workbook 1, download a copy of that, or make a copy if you're in G Drive. Hopefully that all works. I'm going to leave this, the tiny URL will be on the screen for the next few slides, just so hopefully everybody can get access to that. What I'm going to do today is split into 2 sections. First of all, I'm going to talk through some of the iterations of Wikimedia UK's Train the Trainer programme, in which I've been involved since 2019. I'm going to talk about how we put them together, what we wanted to achieve with each of them, and how we built on and amended the programme year on year to respond to community need and the need of the chapter. I'm also going to introduce, as I've kind of said a little bit, going to introduce a fairly simple planning tool that I've developed to help with designing and planning a Train the Trainer programme. And the idea is then that we'll spend some time with your own examples using this tool. And by the end of the workshop, you'll have not the whole thing. An hour is not a very long time, not the whole thing, but at least a start in order that you can see how you could implement a Train the Trainer programme in your own chapter and what you'll need to do to get this started. As I said, there is time built in for you to fill in your own copies, but if you'd like to, again, download those from the Etherpad, have them open, make notes as you go along. There is also a section on that Etherpad for any questions. If I don't get time within this session to answer any of those questions, then I will keep that open for the rest of today and try and type answers there. Or again, anybody wants to contact me by email, absolutely please do that. So this tool that I'm going to be using is basically a framework that I came up with while I was preparing for this session by going through in quite a lot of detail the different Train the Trainer iterations that I've been involved with, and thinking about how it fits into the wider work of the chapter, how we've approached and developed community support for the chapter, so how we've developed our support for volunteers. So with the help of a whole lot of scribbles on a whiteboard, as you can see here, I've kind of reversed engineered something that I hoped would work for those at the beginning of the process. Now, whilst I didn't design those initial train-the-trainer sessions, using the tool, I have basically retrofitted it on top of the last 4.5 years of work. I did want to test that it works. So this is what you should see. The one on the left of the screen there will be what you'll see in the blank copy. The ones on the right-hand side are ones that I've filled in. Basically, I found my 2023 iteration, fed all that information in to test that it works. And I've found a few things that I hadn't thought of. So I'm quite hopeful that this will work. I said these examples are all available on that Etherpad. The reason that I wanted to do this in this way, or to try and develop this tool, is that in all of the years I've been involved with Wiki, one of my kind of key pieces of learning has been that all of our chapters, all of our affiliated groups, while we share some common features, we're all really very different in terms of size and in resources available to us, and also in terms of the brilliant communities that we serve. So the needs of your chapter might not be the same as the needs of my chapter. What works for us might not necessarily work for you. But I'm hoping to share today some things that I hope will be useful to you. But first, a little bit of background. Wikimedia UK have been running Train the Trainer for around about 10 years. Train the Trainer is a series of ongoing workshops that are run by Wikimedia UK with the aim of giving volunteers the ability to teach others how to contribute to the Wikimedia project. Wikimedia UK's trainers are there to provide training for others, and they lead many training events across the UK. We have about 50 active trainers in the UK, plus another 8 or 9 who are now resident in other countries. Our programme aims to equip our volunteers with the skills, the confidence and the knowledge in order that they can lead training sessions for different groups of people, both in person and online. Some of these opportunities come through Wikimedia UK. Some of them are through leads or partnerships, which the trainers develop themselves. In terms of support and feedback, we do an annual survey of volunteers and lead contacts at partner organisations. This is called the Community Leaders Survey. And we also now have a Slack channel for trainers, a mailing list, a programme of additional top-up training, and twice yearly meetings and peer learning sessions. For the last year, we've had a part-time member of staff as a volunteer coordinator. We've actually just changed that role title. It's now called the Outreach and Community Coordinator. So what I'm going to do now is lead through a few examples of the kinds of courses that we've run over the last few years. And I'm going to focus really on how we designed and ran these courses according to the following things: to the need that we were addressing and to the benefit that we hoped we would get, to the resource that was available, and the framework into which we could fit this course in terms of community support and community development, the risks that might be inherent in any events or any process, and what we could do to mitigate that, and the lessons that we could learn from other events that we had run, and what we would need to evaluate for that. So that kind of circle of ongoing improvement, so always trying to be learning from the last thing that we did to improve the next thing that we did. Where are we now? 22. Cool. I am on time. Excellent. So in 2019, November 2019, we found ourselves in a situation where we had increasing amounts of work happening and increased demand for work happening in Scotland, but without really the ability to meet that need through staff or volunteer trainers. A lot of our trainers were based in England, and really it being too far for people to travel. I was then, and still am now, the only member of programme staff in Scotland, so this was of some immediate concern to myself. We also wanted to develop the community in Scotland. We wanted to also diversify the training pool's demographic. We had a little bit of budget to put towards this programme, enough to cover travel and accommodation for a small group, and also for a third-party trainer who would lead 2 or 3 days of training specifically about learning styles, how to design sessions, how to assess training needs, and who would also facilitate some practice training. This was a wonderful guy called Bhav Patel, who I think maybe it took this picture in the end with my phone, which is why he's not in there, but who was in a previous slide. We've worked with him in various capacities since 2019. I cannot recommend him enough. He's great. He's a really nice guy. Bav worked with us to design a training course that would meet our needs at that point in time, and provided us with a really detailed training course based on his long experience of doing training for trainers in lots of different sectors. The focus of this iteration of Train the Trainer was, as it had been before I came on board, focused on training people how to teach or how to train, rather than developing wiki skills or having any particular set session. We did have really good feedback about this. One trainer who normally works as a university lecturer said that they learned more at this session than they did at their professional training, which was a wonderful thing to say, but maybe also slightly worrying. But we did also get feedback from people already at educational institutions who said that they would really have liked to have come on Train the Trainer, but they felt that the material was such that they already knew how to teach. They didn't need to be taught how to teach. They wanted to learn more about more advanced wiki skills, how to run an event, that kind of thing. And that's interesting. That was good feedback, and we'll return to that later. For the planning of this session, we adopted a cohort approach. We wanted the group to bond as a group, to help each other and to learn from each other, to develop their networks, to allow for peer learning that happens beyond the course, the duration of the training course itself. We put out a call to our mailing lists and also to specific individuals within the community whom we thought might be interested in upskilling themselves for notes of interest in taking part in the course. As part of the application then, we made it explicit so that we were looking to diversify our training pool. And then followed up with each applicant over email and over the phone to determine whether or not we thought they'd be suitable for the training. In the end, I think only one person wasn't suitable, and actually in that case, they deselected themselves, as it wouldn't really, when we had a discussion about what the training is going to comprise, they said that really that wasn't matching what they wanted to get out of volunteering with the charity. Before individuals could take a place on the training, and this is the case with all our iterations of Train the Trainer, we have them sign a volunteer agreement, which bound them by particular standards of conduct of behaviour, and in this instance set an expectation that they would lead a minimum of 1 or 2 events for us each year, either being sessions where we would ask for assistance, where we would put a call out for volunteers, or it could also be an event that they had come up with themselves, that they were leading themselves. And this was around a particular kind of risk or concern that we had, that there might not be enough opportunities, or maybe they wouldn't be in the right place within the country for people to lead themselves, for people to kind of feel that they were getting the most out of volunteering. So we added this option of that, like, they can be events that you are running yourself, and then hopefully that gives people more practice and they can feel more ownership over their training. The group included a variety of levels of wiki skill. Some people were relative newbies to Wikimedia, and others were really experienced. Some people had assisted me with training in the past, and some people were from groups or organizations that I'd worked with, and we wanted to develop where we wanted to develop that group's capacity, and 1 or 2 people were really very new. We wanted everyone to start the course. So we have this wide range of experience, but we wanted everybody to start the course with a minimum baseline of wiki skills. And so I put together a program of weekly emails that were delivered for, I think, 6 weeks, once a week for 6 weeks before the course, which offered prompts for practicing editing, including areas of wiki which were less common, such as articles for deletion, or encouraging folks to write and publish new articles if they hadn't done that for a while. There was also supplementary reading on the Wikimedia movement, on open licensing, and a basic introduction to Wikidata and Wikimedia Commons. This list was something that I put together based on my own experience of running training for new editors, and I also got input from the various UK Wikimedians in residence. I also put together a Google group mailing list for the cohort so that they could get to know each other a little before the in-person section of the course, which we continued to use after the training weekend. And then after the training, I followed up with each of those trainers with the intention that each individual would have the opportunity either to jump right in and start running their own sessions, or if they would prefer to support me or another member of staff or another trainer at a few sessions while they develop the confidence to be able to lead on their own. The idea was then, and still is now, to invest in volunteers for the long term. And whilst that is admittedly quite heavy in terms of resource, I believe that it would be worth it, and I still believe that it is worth it. We were just a little part of the way into this follow-up when COVID happened. So everything kind of changed. When lockdown in the UK hit, our needs for trainers changed. As a chapter, we experimented with different ways of delivering wiki training online. And after a while, we got it down to a pretty standard formula, which we felt worked or mostly worked. The problem that we had was that it was really only the staff who were able to deliver training online or who had had a lot of experience delivering training online. We toyed with the idea of running training. One of the big discussions at the time was whether online training would still be something that we would be doing once lockdown ended. Indeed, it was very much something that we are still doing now that lockdown has ended. So we had a brainstorming session with our existing training pool to determine what their interest was, what they felt their needs were. And again, we worked with BAV to put together a training course for existing trainers that would talk a little bit about training design, a little bit about how to adapt what we knew and what we know about running training in person to online. And we also did one that was about tips and tricks and event management and how to use tools. And I led that session. We ran this course over 3 sessions, one on design, one on tools, and then one as an optional opportunity to practice with the other trainers who'd been through the course. And we did this twice. We did it in 2 sessions, two iterations, to accommodate those people who were available during daytime and those who were only available in the evening. I think that, so one of the key points of interest for me with this training is that we managed to reactivate a couple of trainers who we'd not heard from in a while. And that made me think a lot about how we should be investing in volunteer trainer development beyond that initial set of train the trainer sessions. And I think it was at some point relatively soon after this kind of top-up training that we created a mailing list that was just for our accredited trainers, all of our accredited trainers, with the idea being that we could inject some of that peer learning and bonding experience that we'd seen with the 2019 cohort into the rest of the training pool. The 2019 cohort had stayed in general, and they are still really engaged and really active. Moving on, in 2021, well, in winter of 2021, we were in the UK still in lockdown, and having looked at the changing needs of those who were asking us to deliver training and the needs of our community, we took a slightly different approach to our standard train the trainer. This is what we said in our call for participants. We put this out in the winter of 2021. In the past, we've offered our main Train the Trainer program as a 3 to 4 day in-person training course, and it's often focused on training design and pedagogy. This time, however, we're taking a slightly different approach, which we hope will offer more flexibility to our volunteer trainers, and which we have developed in response to feedback from the community and from partner organisations. The aim of this round of training will be to equip volunteer trainers with the skills, experience and resources to deliver a standard introduction to Wikipedia, such that would take place at a standard online editathon or wiki workshop. Drawing on the experience of a number of trainers and staff, we've developed a set of training slides and exercises which can be delivered without the requirement for the volunteer trainer to do their own course design. In time, and should they so desire, members of this cohort could be supported to deliver training in person and with their own design. So here what we wanted to do something that was quite simple, or at least that was a little more simple than that 3 to 4 day quite intensive course that would have been delivered in person. Again, we couldn't guarantee that we would still be allowed to gather in person, but we wanted to still allow people to become trainers, to still keep that pipeline of new people coming through. And for us, this also came hand in hand with a growing understanding and also capacity for supporting volunteers in an ongoing way. At some point in 2021, as I said, we developed this mailing list, and we floated the idea of doing trainer meetups online to share their experiences. And in response to feedback we got from our annual community leaders survey, we'd also run a series of Wikidata training workshops, which were open to both GLAM partners and to our community. For this iteration, we again did a decent amount of pre-course information, although I don't think it was as effective as it could have been because we were sending those emails over the holiday period. So while some of the cohort had a lot of time away from work and were able to engage with that material, those who were doing it more as part of their work, some people just wanted to disconnect completely over the holiday period, and we've got to have respect for that. The course itself consisted of a short briefing session and then attendance at a public editathon that we ran, that they would attend as a participant observer. So we briefed them that this is what's going to happen. We got to know everybody, and then we ran this editathon, I think, on like a Thursday evening, a Saturday during the day, and we invited members of the public as well as all of our training cohorts. And the idea being you are attending this editathon, but also experiencing it as a participant observer, to experience it and to analyze it critically. Why does this section come after this section? What's useful? What are the common queries that come up? Having a look at that infrastructure around it. Then on the Sunday after that, we did a debrief of that section. So talking in groups and annotating copies of the slides to say, okay, what worked, what didn't, what could be improved. This was a lot of work in this iteration for myself, I will not lie. And whilst the in-person sessions had required a bit of work in advance and quite a lot of admin and logistics, there was still a lot of digital logistics that I had to do, and a lot of work went into organizing the editathon. Now, as the lead trainer for the editathon, it was quite stressful in terms of I was being watched by all of our potential new trainers, plus our training lead Bev, and that's a little bit stressful as you're being watched and analysed. It also, I did say, because of the kind of completely online nature of this, it was a little bit more difficult to follow up. In paper, it shouldn't have been, but there was something about not having had that in-person contact with people that made that follow-up just a little bit more challenging. It also felt, again, because I think just of the purely online nature, a little bit easier for people to drop out of the program. So that level of engagement, I felt, was just a little more difficult to quantify. Okay, last one. And then we shall be moving on. Last one. By the winter of 2022, we were again able to meet in person. Goodness. But we didn't have a geographical focus. So it wasn't like 2019 when we were just looking for trainers from Scotland. From this, we were looking at trainers all over the UK. And we also wanted to deliver some training for our existing trainers. So we decided to go with a hybrid event, which meant that we could invite some people in person and host some online and still be able to be within budget. Hybrid events are not easy. Bav, who we consulted on this workshop but who didn't run it, said that hybrid meetings are 3 meetings. There is the one that happens in the room, there is the one that happens online, and then there is the one that happens where those 2 things meet. It is a lot of work. It's tiring. It's much more tiring, I think, than running a purely in-person or a purely online event. It's worth noting. By this time, by December of 2022, we had a new volunteers coordinator in place, and she dealt with most of the admin and the logistics for the event. So this was a pretty major increase in resource. We used Slack in advance of the events, and the structure also changed a little. So we did those initial briefings and communications over Slack, and then we invited people to attend that public editathon, again online as participant observers. And then the first day of the weekend training was the debrief of that editathon. And then we also included in that a session on learning design and learning styles. Ultimately, we were still aiming for people to be able to deliver this one particular thing, this introduction to Wikipedia course. We had a mixture of different wiki skills, and so this time I didn't send out so many emails, but we tailored it to the individual to say, how confident are you on wiki? What sort of stuff would you like us to send you? And then send that. On the second day of the training, we ran a session on developing partnerships and events. And this was open to, as I said, existing trainers as well as new trainers. And we also had a meal together on the Saturday nights, which was really good for getting to know people. And it was also really lovely to be able to introduce some of those new trainers to some of our existing trainers and community members. I really liked this structure. There was something really lovely about being able to get that face-to-face time with people, and also for them to be able to meet some of our existing trainers. However, I was very aware, and I still am, that it felt a little like we were reducing some of that contact time that we had with trainers. And I felt that we'd maybe lost that part where we were getting them to practice their learning in a closed environment before they were asked to put it into action. Now, again, we had to kind of respond to the cohorts, and most people came back and said, yeah, I'm happy enough to go ahead and lead my own sessions, or maybe they would assist somebody else. But if they hadn't been that comfortable, then I think maybe some practice editing, again, with a few of the trainers from the same cohort to kind of make that safer space would have been really beneficial. Okay, so that's a whistle-stop tour of Wikimedia UK's Train the Trainer for the last few years. That's kind of what we've done. We are planning a 2023 iteration of the course, which will again look a little bit different. We're kind of tweaking that model as we go to try and make the best from it. I've been looking at what we've learned over the past few years, how our framework for supporting volunteers has grown and changed. And indeed, I've been working on that and looking in particular at mitigating some of those risks. I've also just gotten access to WikiLearn. If anyone here missed a SAS presentation earlier on WikiLearn, I definitely recommend that you go back and watch that. And I'm also planning, so hopefully, if I can, I'll get my head around it and make it work. I'm going to load a certain amount of that pre-course information, those things that happen before the in-person contact time, into WikiLearn. So to try a little bit more cohort approach again, to enrich the learning experience and to improve the quality of the learning and also the range of topics that we can cover. Earlier in 2023, so earlier this year, we also ran a Train the Trainer in Africa course. So for that last iteration, we had a large number of inquiries from Nigeria, and we weren't able to accommodate them within that session. But we thought we would run something that was specifically for that cohort, which we did in partnership with Touchy Precious, whose session I think unfortunately absolutely clashes with this one. So I want to go back and watch that. Touchy's great. The course that she ran was much more focused on tools than some of our UK session had been. And I learned a lot from that. And I'm hoping to impart some of that knowledge. I'm hoping to incorporate some of that approach into our next iteration. So my main priorities and challenges for the 2023 iteration, the main things that are in my head as I go to design this next iteration, are to ensure that the standard of training is still high, even though we have less contact time and it's not as intense as that original 2019 one was. I want to do more extensive pre-course training and make sure that we have a really solid program of follow-up support in place. I want to bring back some of those tips and tricks, so some of those how to use tools or interesting or useful things that it's good to know or good to have set up on your account. And I want to be able to ensure that we're putting focus on learning styles and soft skills, so-called soft skills, as well as delivering that product, that introduction to Wikipedia. So, and also to kind of acknowledge that our product can be more flexible. The standard introduction to Wikipedia is fine, but For example, some of the groups that I've been working with have found it a little bit too long or a little bit too bulky. So we've been able to chop that down into, say, 2 20-minute sections and take a much longer approach. So that flexibility and that awareness that that flexibility is possible needs to be built into what we can give to trainers. Okay, so these are some things that I think you should consider. This is a little bit of a checklist. Hang on. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is a little bit of a checklist of things that I think it's important for you to think about when you are planning a course. Just starting points. This is not the totality, but they're just some starting points. So hopefully get you into to designing a course, to designing a program that works for your chapter or affiliate. So the first of which is define your audience and define the need. Who are you looking to aim sessions at? What is the need for your chapter? What is the need for your community? The eventual course that you end up running, the content that you end up running may depend very much on who applies and what skills they are looking to develop, what skills they need to develop. When you put a call out for participants, whether you share that on a mailing list, on socials, on your website, or whether you approach people directly who you think would be great trainers, remember that you can be selective. You may be that you are looking to increase the diversity of your training pool, as we were, and you can put emphasis on we are looking for people from different demographics. If you get somebody applying who maybe you're concerned about wouldn't be a good trainer, then allow yourself to have that conversation. In terms of the budgets, do you have any budget available? If you don't, if you're a small chapter and you don't have any monetary budget available, it may be that what you are looking at is your own resource and your own time, and how much of your own time you are able to give to developing this this program. Now, the thing to remember in there, I think, is that your own time is still valuable. Your own time still means something. Your own time is finite. It is not infinite. If you want to put time aside into developing a program, how much time is that? And if that means that you have to drop something else from your program of work, what might that be? The fourth thing is defining your learning objectives and let those dictate your content. And do not forget soft skills as well as factual knowledge. Do you want to teach people about active listening? Do you want to teach people about how to hold space within a room? All of these kinds of things, as well as the nuts and bolts of here's how to use the outreach dashboard, or do you want to get event coordinator rights on Wiki? You need to find the right trainer. Now, for us, we've used external trainers, and we've also used people from the staff team, from the volunteer team, from the staff team. And that might just be the case of looking who's got which skills, what skills are you needing to develop? Do you need to outsource that? Do you have that within your team? Pre-course and post-course support, I'd argue, are very, very important in terms of preparing the ground for your trainers to come into, and also afterwards, that they feel supported, that they still feel confident, that they get an opportunity to practice. And the last thing is looking at risks and planning how to mitigate them. So how do you get the right candidates? How do you get the right sort of people? Does that mean that you will have to amend your marketing plan, that kind of thing? Are you going to get attrition? Are you looking for people that are really committed? Do you want to look at having an agreement whereby they say, we'll do 1 or 2, however many events per year? How long would you expect them to be a certified trainer for? All of these might come into how you design that course. So with that in mind, this is when I stop talking for a little bit and we kind of go over to the people in the room. I hope this works because I can't see you, so fingers crossed. What I'm going to say now is that, again, if you haven't already got that Etherpad open, you can go to this tiny URL and you should be able to see, hello, hi folks. Excellent, there's at least some of you there. You should be able to see this workbook 1. And if you open that up, you should then see this lovely thing here. And then yours will be set to view only, as far as I am aware. you should then still be able to go to File and make a copy. So you shouldn't be able to edit this one, but please File and make a copy. What we are going to do really, and I'm going to set time aside, I have a little timer and everything set up, is basically this 6-section framework here is designed to give you space to put in bullet points the answers to these questions that are highlighted in yellow. So what need do you have? And what benefits are you hoping to derive? Remember, those can be different things. What resource do you have available to you? And into what volunteer framework or community support framework does this course fit? Will this course fit? The answers to that might be not very much. And that's fine, because we are wanting to design for your chapter and your affiliate. You also want to look at what risks there are. And again, this will be specific to your context. And the last section is, what have you learned from evaluating other activities? What do you know about your community? What do you know about the kind of activities that you've run? And what do you want to evaluate for this project? What are your measures of success going to be? Now, this workbook is in 2. We're going to come to the second bit later. But for the first half, we're just going to be looking at this top section here. Let me go back to my slides and cool. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're going to be filling in this top section, this A section, answering those assessment questions. And please remember, I'm going to put like 6 minutes, 6:30. Yeah, I'm going to put 6 minutes on the timer here. It doesn't have to be everything. It doesn't have to be complete. This is just a start. Okay, so hopefully you can see that timer. Ooh, yes, I can see, you can see that timer. Wonderful. So folks, I'll just shift that over so you can get the tiny URL if you need it. And I'm gonna spend 6 minutes, and hopefully you will be able to make some notes and get started on answering those questions. Hi folks, it's going to take about another minute there, and then I'll go through an example, and then we'll go back to the second part of that workshop. Just managed to do that classic thing of not unmuting myself. That was quite poor. I hope that was enough time for folks to get a little few things noted down. I was going to say maybe if people wanted to share, but I don't think this will quite allow it in the format that we have. So what I want to show is the kind of thing that I would have put in if I was, for example, defining that 2019 session. So for need, I had more trainers in Scotland, adding capacity that didn't require me to be running training, trainers available to develop capacity, Scottish community to feel valued. Within resource, I had some budgets. I had partners in Glasgow that I knew I could approach to get a venue for free to reduce the demands on our budget. And we had some knowledge within the existing trainer community, and we had that volunteer role description. I was a little bit worried about not getting the sign-ups. We had some varying levels of wiki skill. I was worried that people maybe wouldn't enjoy it. And I was also a little worried that maybe after the training, people wouldn't really want to get involved. So things that I did to mitigate that were to, really wanted people to feel valued. For example, and to have that pre-course training in place. So that's a kind of example of the sorts of things that I would put in there. I did not get a chance to fill in the second one. What I will show instead, before we go on to that second little session, is filling in this other part of this tool. Again, this is just a way to organize your thoughts and for it to be specific to your chapter. The second session, this sort of scaffolding and the container. So basically, based off the things that you have in this top section, you're going to go now and have a look at the next section, which is what kind of people are you looking for? What skills do they need to learn? And based on that above, based on the above and everything that you've done and the answer to that first question, what actions do you need to take? How can you mitigate those risks that you've identified above? So again, we're going to take maybe 6 minutes. This is the kind of thing that I have done. This example is available in the Etherpad, just as an example of the kind of thing that had worked. I initially did this on a whiteboard so that I could scribble all over the place because I like doing that. But yeah, this section is for define the people and the skills. What is the container that you want? And then round about that, what actions do you need to take? What is the scaffolding that you need to be able to make that work? What sort of things do you need to think about? So if I go back to here, and I'll put that on, just looking at the time, I'm going to put 5 minutes on this timer. Again, it's a very short space of time, but I'm just hoping that you can go away with a little bit of something to be able to start on. So I'll start that 5 minutes. Okay, folks, just 1 minute left, and then I'll just go to the last couple of slides that I've got. Okay, hi, that's us back, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm just going to do the last couple of slides there. I hope that folks got something from that. I hope that you have at least the start of things. As I said, it's just a very simple tool that will hopefully help you to organize those thoughts against those things that can be really useful, that we found really useful for planning a trainer. There is, as you'll see in the Eventbrite, in the Etherpad, a link to this workbook too. This is not for now. This is a potential follow-up. This is a thing you want to do when you have completely completed that first section, and it is a simple way, again, just to look at your planning areas, who needs to do it, when those need to go against. Some people use Gantt charts, some people use lots and lots of post-it notes. For me, I found that this has been kind of useful just to organize my thinking and to figure out what needs to happen when. As I said, I like doing things on whiteboards, so this is what my one currently looks like. This whiteboard is sitting to the right of me in my office in Glasgow. Again, it's just, again, that framework has just been quite useful for me to think about all of the things that we need to think about for how we make a better trainer session. I see we're 24 minutes past. If anybody has any questions and would like to ask them of me just now, then please do. Otherwise, you can leave things into the Etherpad or send me an email. I'm always very happy to see people on email or indeed jump on a video chat with anybody if I can be of any assistance. I hope everybody has a lovely Wikimania. But yeah, I'll take any questions just now if anybody has any. Oh, yeah. I can see somebody in the room with their hand up. Whether I hope I will be able to hear you.
Hi, hope, oh yeah, the microphone's on, good. Hi, Belinda here from Wikimedia Australia. We have a number of long-time trainers who, yeah, I'm trying to engage with. We're actually have just had staff for the last
I'm
nearly
so
1 year.
sorry. I can see that somebody's speaking, but I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Another microphone, maybe?
Oh, hey, I can hear you now. Wonderful.
Yay, that was a long delay. Long way for the message to go. Yeah, we have only had staff for the past year, and we're trying to re-engage with some of our long-term trainers, and we're finding it difficult because they are so used to doing things their own way, and it's a little difficult to get them to come back together with us and sort of start a group. Do you have any suggestions on how to engage trainers or facilitators who possibly, yeah, just don't want to engage, are keen to just keep doing their own thing and delivering their own sessions? Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting. I think that slowly is probably the best answer that I can give. We have found, I mean, I've certainly found that we have people who've been on board for a long time, and some people are completely happy to just do the things that they've been doing and keep on doing that, and that's great. But it is also really nice to be able to bring them back on board. So we've tried different communication methods, and again, with the caveat that that will be specific to your chapter, about what those benefits are. And I think making it really clear to the trainer, like what is the benefit that they get from engaging with the chapter? What is the added value that they get from engaging with you? Where you have new people and you're stewarding them through that process, that is a lot more clear. Because you're able to offer training, you're able to offer support, all this kind of thing. But I think, yeah, having a look at, what is that benefit? What's the ask? What are you asking of them, and what can you offer in return? What is the value of that relationship? How can you add value or provide support to them and make that clear? But I do also think that slowly and within people's comfort levels is really, really important. Grand. Okay, folks. Thank you so much. It's been nice to virtually beam to Singapore. It is now just about 9:30 in Glasgow, so I'm going to go and have some breakfast. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Wikimania. Thank you so much, and yeah, have a lovely time. Bye.